once a year we have the wonderful opportunity, and that time has arrived again, where students, both at the bachelor level and at the master's level, get to defend their projects. I'm very thankful for the commission that has accepted to participate and the quality and the experience and the stature of those participating today. Thank you very much on behalf of the school. Without further ado, we will proceed with our first defense. Andris will be defending first today. All of you have a detailed schedule of today's presentations and also necessary forms, those of you participating in the commission. And now I will hand over introduction to the project to Anna and Dainis. So thank you very much.
Good morning. So, dual-purpose civil defense shelter design. Considering the current geopolitical conditions, we need to have civil defense shelters. But the shelters we have are uninhabitable or demolished. The types of shelters we should have are ones that are maintained not just for time when the war comes, but during the peace times. And here are an examples from Finland. For example, here we can see it is a pool during the peacetime, and in 72 hours it has to be able to change into civil defense shelter, and the equipment is stored in the storage, and this is the equipment. And of course the other parts of the space has to be changed. Yes, in 72 hours. The amount and dimensions, sizes of the shelters should depend on the amount of people living in the areas and the social groups living in these areas, except for the center of the city, because of amount of daytime population, which is much higher than the people actually living there. And so the functions that should be distributed around the city should depend on the again amount of people living in these areas and the social groups living in these areas. And for the center, the functions should relate to all the social groups because all of them are visiting the center. And in my concept, it is contemporary art center. The place I choose to place my concept is Central Station area, because it has the Central Station Square, because it has the highest amount of daytime population. And the functions above the ground are the public spaces, and I do remove public transport spaces around this area to relieve the traffic and to bring the society closer to the art under the ground. And then when they, for example, get out of the bus, immediately they are able to see the art behind the glass. And the space above the ground has to also be changed to prepare for the war. And in this case, the concrete blocks that are stored there all the time, they are placed on the light shafts. And the different equipment that is used can be used for both functions. They are modular systems that can be repurposed. And here we can see the space in times of peace, and in this time there are set up different furniture for people to be able to spend quality time under the ground. And the storage which is used for storing the equipment for the shelter during the peacetime, in the wartime, it is used as art vault to save the art that's shown in the art center. And there is, of course, there would be stationary exhibitions and changing exhibitions. So what would be saved would, of course, depend on the time when the war comes. And here we can see the section. And thank you for the attention.
That's all.
Yes.
Thank you, Ernest. The Ernest reviewers was Jānis, and he summarized some positive qualities and some disadvantages of your work. The positive qualities of part A and B, the entire project is of great clarity and has a very important value, especially also considering its super important public significance. The author worked with an outstanding character of understanding social, cultural, and political importances. The proposed idea, the offered concept, and the demonstrated relevance are perfect. Disadvantages. The author has been lacking to mention and analyze all of Riiga's current contemporary art spaces, as well as clearly describing his approach of how to build, construct, design, and concept the entire project. The author should have experienced, exercised a serious proofreading. Thank you.
I can answer that. Comment that.
Now, some questions from your reviewer. Why Riga art space hasn't been discussed, analyzed, and evaluated in the descriptive part?
The first thing I want to mention, the constructing the space, why I did not talk too much about that, because we do not have building regulations for civil defense shelters. So the way how I designed and gave a look into the construction was how I took an inspiration, for example, from the Finlands and other dual-purpose shelters, and yeah, of course the engineers and the law should be there to design a construction for that. And the Riga art space is yes, it is one of few contemporary art spaces, but the thing that I talked about in the part in this theoretical part was that we are missing the contemporary art center, and none of these places are functioning as close to the contemporary art center, and this would be one step further for that because of the space and functions for exposing the art. And yeah, yes, I think I answered the main question, yes.
Yeah, thank you. There is another question. A research and general consideration of experience of the survival kit team would have been essential. Can the author explain that?
Yes, the team is, that is an art festival which takes place around the Riga, and they are setting up contemporary art exhibitions, and that would maybe I would have comments from them what should be there, considering especially the Riga art, the Latvia art viewer, and the artists, how they have exposed them, and what should I maybe consider placing there more or designing for that. Yeah. And yes, it's actually a good example of survival kit because they are also exposing art in places which are maybe not in the first place meant for exposing the art. And that could maybe relate for that there is a bus stop near the here is an art center, and here is the bus stop, and here is the window, and so the society and the people are all the time seeing, like being able to see the art. Yeah.
I will now ask our chairman, Andris Kronbergs, and today's moderator of the jury, Wiig, to continue to start with comments. Thank you.
You will start? I? Me? Yeah. Okay, I'll start. I must have some questions for you.
Please.
Please tell me if this art space is just an art space as a gallery, or it is something like a museum or an enterprise or an organization which are also working with some storages, with some let's say researches or restorations or something like that. What is it in there? If it is, where these premises are located, or it is just simply space. This is one. Another question is, do you have can you explain a little bit about planning of the surface of plaza, about flows and about these things, how you plan these green areas on the plaza? What was the reason why you make this shape of the plaza of green areas? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I will start with the last question. I will put a slide where this image is larger. So I divided the space from how people would like to move around the city. So I draw movement lines, so people can freely move around and access all the places. And these zebras, they are actually taken from current designs of how the street would function without the underground public tunnels. And so there would be different heights for people to have a border from the street here. When the cars are rushing here, they would be able to have some quality time in this public space. And yes, I think that is the most important thing that I can tell about that.
Regarding main entrances, please.
Yes, the main entrances. This is the entrance in the Origo is here. So people would
main station. Yes.
Main station, yes, central station. The people are heading here, and these are the highest traffic places. So people can cross the place to here, and so they don't have any obstacles in front of them. So the space is leading them to where they would and could go. And the entrance actually is the entrance to the main entrance to this underground space during the peacetime is here. And this place is used only in the time of war as emergency entrance and emergency exits. So these panels have, when they are placed on the light halls, they have doors designed in them, so they can be opened and closed when needed.
Are you going to close these tunnels in the Lejnieks Boulevard?
The tunnels, yes.
Some tunnels which for pedestrians.
These tunnels are for a bus.
On the other side. Yeah.
Existing tunnels.
The existing tunnels are cancelled. They are taken away. Yes, and replaced with the replaced with the zebras. And the benefit of that is so this place currently under the ground, these tunnels are not very liked by people and by architects and designers, and they are criticized, and also by me. I also do not enjoy the time there under the ground currently in these tunnels. So,
Good.
thank you. Yeah. And the other question about the space, how I would organize it. So there wouldn't be the restoration part because it is for the contemporary art. Maybe some installations needed to be fixed, and that could be done in the open space. But the functions that are there are lecture spaces. And the administration area, administration spaces, rooms here and here, and there is actually one thing that I didn't mention, which is very interesting. Here is a co-working space, like. Talking with the people in Ukraine currently, many of them have moved their offices under the ground, and right now in Latvia, there in Šmits, there is a co-working space which is working currently as in the peacetime, and it's all the time people are spending time there. It was something new for me, and then I thought, yes, this space should, and I also use that space. And this type of space should be used also here in the peacetime, and in the wartime it should be even enlarged. So it has more space for people to work under the ground. It is, yeah. So, but the art, the question was about the art center. There are functions for the contemporary art center, but if we talk about the restoration area, no, because storage,
workshops.
Yes, workshops and storages. Would be there, and the space can be reorganized, and it is open space. So with these also modular walls that I showed, it could be set up what's needed. Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ole?
Yeah, well, I've been a member of several juries like this, but never seen a project like this for pretty obvious reasons. It's as an architect, I find it difficult to distinguish between the theme and the architecture. This theme is something which is affecting us all today. Yesterday I went to the Occupation Museum and I was reminded of that. So, because your mind is affected by what's going on in Ukraine at the moment. And to choose a topic like that is quite interesting. But I find it a bit difficult, I must admit, to move from the theme to the actual project. So if I were going to comment on the project, it might be unfair because the theme is so different than both. But on the other hand, I feel that you have done a very good job. I think you have illustrated, like peace and war, even your perspective, the whole people sitting there. I think all this is, quite, put it simply, mind-boggling. On the other hand, I'm just wondering if the theme has taken over, in a way, the architectural solutions. Like Andris was after you mentioned co-working spaces. Now, did you feel that you should illustrate more how the co-working spaces would work? The perspective, you showed war in a piece, wonderful hall with the sculptures, whatever, and then war, people sitting down. But what you are in a big auditorium like. But you're also saying that, you allow for co-working, you allow for, workshops or anything. Did you think it was important to also illustrate how it would actually work? For instance, were you thinking of doing a section through it? For people who don't know the area, have you got a section?
Yes.
Yeah, but that section is difficult to understand for most people because where is ground and what is happening below? But these are maybe more like silly questions because you're taking a topic which is overriding, if you like, architecture solutions. But I think you've done a good job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Come to the master plan of the Okay, question is that nowadays people every morning they're coming, a lot of them, from Jurmala or other places, and they're coming to Old Town straight way, hop, and just now they will come to the place. Let's look at this. Ah, we should have such kind of way strolling around, but at the time to run to the office in Old Town, it doesn't look. There is some contradiction between your plan and existing way how do people cross the place. No?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I consulted with a friend, landscape architect, and she helped me also to understand the movement of people in this space, in this square. So that was the main thing how I considered the shapes of these park elements. Yes, the movement. So from the station to the old town, and from the station to from here to the old town or quiet center. And yes, I considered this answering your question. Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions, please?
Yeah.
Okay, may I have on the screen the section? Could you please tell more about the structural, about the idea of the structure of this shelter? Well, starting with that, first of all, thank you very much for choosing such a topic, because I guess it's not relevant, it's necessary topic at the moment, and I guess it's very, very good and smart idea to mix shelter and everyday use nowadays, and that's perfect idea. But please tell about something about the structure. And I do not see so far that the height of the premises underground.
Yes, I will start with the height. The central height is 11 meters. I'm sure
So
about.
it's fitted for the contemporary.
Yes, for large scale installations, and it is in some places it is divided in 2 floors for smaller works, and that is about the dimensions. And the other question was about the construction, the structure.
Structure itself, and a bit more about how you are closing those glass skylights, because if we are speaking about the wartime, there should be no glasses
Yes,
falling
yes.
above somewhere, so it had to be very secured and closed.
Yes, the first question I have usually is the thickness of the ceilings, and yes, of course that, as I said, should be the engineers should calculate that from the building restrictions that should be there. I communicated with the Interior Ministry of Finland. They gave me some instructions, but anyway, I thought those are not our regulations, and so I conceptually just draw how much could be from what I've researched.
Approximately, what is the measure?
In this case, there is 2 meters 50, and the caps, these white, those are also the same thickness, and how they are placed. The cones, the glass cones are removed. Removed away, and the concrete blocks are mounted on the holes. And yes, when we are here, why I do have the mirror, because I used experimental technology of making a concrete model, which was new for me and people helping me. And I made it in mirror, and so I brought a mirror for you to be able to see how it should look. But I think it is very good thing, because this duality, and it was also interesting for me to see this place as not the origo, as not the central station, but as just a space with the same dimensions, but with different identity. And so when I look in the mirror, I see, I identify the space, the central station square, from this landmark in the right size, and yes, because the right size is in the right places. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I can shortly, then yeah, very interesting topic, sensitive topic. I was just wondering, like when I was listening, I was wondering how, for example, when I see this map where all these shelters would be, like how, like strategically in the future, how could they be implemented? Would it be that we now build buildings that are kind of adaptable to the shelter function, or is it that we are thinking of the shelters who also have different functions? You know, it's like I wonder, like what would be the future strategy for such buildings? Like what comes first, the function? We always do like new regulations that it has to have also the quality to adapt, or the other way around. Then that was one thing I was wondering, and then other thing is that I think it's nice panels because they are very kind of like as a kind of one common theme. The only thing that I kind of lack is I wonder, like when I see these two images of these two different functions, this one is sheltering, one is contemporary arts center, they have exactly the same quality of space, and that one maybe because of the renders or something, but there it's more this kind of dark kind of quality of space that maybe the contemporary arts center would have some kind of different atmosphere. I wonder if that changes together with the function. And then the last thing I thought that is, I mean, you have also taken very ambitious topic and very ambitious space where to execute it, and that I am not sure if that's the best way how to kind of lay out this central square, because I mean we don't have too many like big open spaces in Riga. This is one of those who has a potential of like gathering people, making kind of bigger events for people, and by making this landscape on top of your building, it kind of splits the space into many spaces, and actually it's more about flow, not about like gathering people. And I wonder, why did you choose to do this? That this is just only about movement, never stopping. I mean, people can stop, but it's not for the gathering. So not really for the concerts, not really for, I don't know, some public events. That's something that you're cutting off with splitting the space.
Yes, that I am cutting. Thank you. That I am cutting off. First of all, because I'm gathering people under the ground, and the current function of exhibitions there, the concerts that being there, those. The concerts, of course, are not meant to be in the art space, but that is possible, and the exhibitions that are currently there above the ground, those are placed under the ground. And about the... there was a very good question, first one.
About the implementation, like how would you implement, would it be like...
Yeah, yes, that is a very interesting question. And so how it should be, it should start that the building regulations should consider that buildings need to have a basements with a high structure, with a durable basements which would hold the building collapsing on it, and maybe even some kind of amount of explosions above these basements. And that could be done in also the car parks that are under the ground. So, and I asked the Finland Interior Ministry how they are motivating the investors to build the shelters under the ground, and they said that they have some tax and different kind of ways how to make that beneficial to have it, to have these shelters. And there was another. The second question was also I had some answers.
Just
so. here the feel of the how you see the space is how I draw it is to have this to recognize the difference of the conditions. The space, of course, now speaking with the people in Ukraine hiding in the bunkers, that have become some kind of gathering space, and people are have a reason to spend the time together for a long time in closed areas. For like mostly it's for 4 hours. The bombing, they have a siren. The bombing comes. It's 4 hours. Then they go out and then they play board games and so the space can be reorganized. Here I designed a structure so I can calculate how many people I can place there, and but the chairs are foldable, lightweight, and they can be reorganized so they can spend time together in different groups. Thank you.
Yes.
Just one extra question related to that. You explained that people have to be a long time, you understand that. And you say you can organize different groups. Are you tempted to design that and draw that and show how different groups, you know?
Yes, there are. What you know, when I was designing, there were different kind of like we haven't had need to spend time in shelters. None of people I've met, and there was also all the time guessing about what should be there, like reading these also regulations from other countries which are building, which haven't had the war and the use of these bunkers. There were also very not clear understanding of what should be there and how it should be organized, what would happen there. And in the end, it happens something like a festival, just for a longer time, like lots of people in one place with a temporary setup structures. And how this space could be organized is up to the people inhabiting the space. So it's the space is easily reorganizable. Yes.
Why didn't you show drawings showing that?
And this information about people spending time together and gathering is just coming now. Like it's happening just now. The information from it's interesting to listen to the CNN, BBC, Deutsche Welle. What impression of this happening you can get from there, and what impression you can get from the people talking on the phone who are spending there, walking on the streets, hearing the siren in the phone, and having the phone with a phone from a pocket, taking a picture of how of the just basements with the chairs, and this information, these pictures, this communication was able to come here just in last couple of weeks, because it's just different type of information travel, and it takes much more time. Yeah. Yes, but that is a very interesting topic, actually. Yeah.
Okay, just a comment. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate seeing how the projects is developing. I think you were thinking about something here that we don't usually want to think about, and like these two worlds. It reminds me of the black and white war movies where someone's making dinner in their kitchen and the alarm goes off, and then you have to run to a subway basement because there's an air raid siren and this. So these two worlds of normal everyday life versus what happens if something happens. And I think to create an architecture that can host those two conditions is a real challenge, and I'm really glad to see that you've attempted to do this. And if you had, for example, more time, how would you develop this further, or is there any other site that you think you would like to look at this condition?
If I would design I would have to design the next places. Those would be in densely populated areas outside of the center, where are missing some obvious functions like car parks, and that would be a very interesting thing to think about. Regarding to this project, how I would continue that, of course, there are many ideas that I haven't placed on the boards, which maybe are most of them are in the part A, in the theory. I would, of course, now I hear that I should maybe visualize more of the space, and that would be, of course, and how the changes in design when I have some kind of conclusion. I would, of course, go from the concept of the shelter to more develop the function, not in just amount of people, how much should be there, but how this place could work even better, and these type of things. Yes, that would be what I would continue with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ernest, if no question, you have? No. Then we say thank you, Ernest, for your nice team and nice presentation.
Thank you.
It was important for us to know, to understand the problematics that can come out of this situation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So let me know when I can start.
You can start.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Melda Barzaya, and today I will be introducing you to my bachelor thesis, which is called Flexible Design Strategy in Adaptive Reuse of Former Zēbergs Spirit Factory in Tukums, Latvia. The part A of the thesis dealt with problems like the city of Tukums wants to create this multifunctional culture center in this old spirit factory. And right now they have a three-sided protocol to carry out the project. And topicality is that right now approach of adaptive reuse is becoming more and more considered, and it extends the lifespan of neglected historical buildings, and it gives them a repurpose for a new functionality. And the main question of my thesis was, how can the historically significant architectural details be incorporated together with the new structures inside the building, and while also gaining this aspect of flexibility. The study topics in theoretical part dealt with the adaptive reuse and considering demolition, or is it better to reuse buildings, what is host building, what is open architecture, and how spatial relationships work together. As well, I looked at reference projects concerning these things. And from the theory, one of the things I learned was that for this building, it would consider as a entity or shell type host building, meaning I do a lot of demolishing of the inside and creating new structures inside, but also leaving some of the facades as they have been while together, creating some new things on the facade. And about the spatial structures inside, two of the things that I saw and used later on in my project were spatial quality of space within a space, as well as irregular grid, transformational structures, and as well adaptive space. Moving on to the part B, as I said, the location of the object is Tukums, and the land plot area is 9,200 square meters. And as we can see years of being vacant, the building has not been used since the year of 1996. Right now, the building has starting to, I would say, vanish because of the tear and wear of materials, not only inside but also to the facade. And the existing plan of the building does not suit the necessive needs of the multifunctional culture center. But there are some really interesting qualities to the building. As we can see inside, it has an arcade on the basement and half basement floors, as well as these vault ceilings on the second story of the building, which I wanted to preserve in my project. So yes, these are the two things inside that we kept from the historically significant structures, and we introduced new spatial qualities inside of each volume of the building. As you can clearly see, the building consists of these 4 large volumes. And to make this multifunctional culture center more diverse, functions of public space, co-working, grand hall, and art galleries were also introduced by the author to the project. And as well, the master plan was reinvented, making the entrance inside the building from the half basement, giving the landscape a little bit of this rhythmical dynamic to it. and as well introducing a new tower to the building, consisting of viewing platform and exhibition spaces for the museum. As we can see in the section, the new volume added to the tower creates this amazing opportunity to create like a journey for the people that are visiting. So you start your journey up from the top, and then you go down from the ramps and enjoy the beautiful exhibitions. As well, in this hall space, it is possible to add soundproof panels to make the building more diverse in use. Yes, and on the 11th floor, the start of the museum space is happening. So, yes, there are these 4 spatial qualities that I introduce, starting with the object, which is volume inside the volume. We created this type of co-working object in which there is a platform on which some seminars or auditoriums can take place. As well, on the top floor there are these spaces where you can go and do your work. As well, on the first floor there are conference rooms, and on the first floor there are some additional functions to the co-working. Moving on to the public space, the 3-dimensional grid was introduced due to the fact that there are these arcades and vault ceiling, which went perfectly together with the grid, which also makes these public spaces being able to be combined by over time as needed. Going on to the grand hall, thought of adaptable space were introduced to make the hall not serve only one purpose, but to be used for concerts, as well for seminars, and as well for some sports activities which can take place in the space. Moving on to the art gallery, the movable platforms were introduced, which are connected inside of this space, which wraps around with the platforms, granting the need of if change is needed, or to being able to adapt to these new exhibitions after time. As well, this is one of the possible visualizations how the outside has been changed in this project. As you can see, the tower is added, as well as the most damaged facade of the building has been replaced with a new glass wall to let the light in the building more. Yes, and you can see also in the master plan how these levels are playing in this project. So yes, the study aimed to investigate 4 different types of structural systems, and systems are used to create flexible design strategy inside existing building. And importance of creating flexible design strategy is to gain spaces which could be easily adaptable over different time periods, changing accordingly to the needs of users inside. And these are more like a guidelines, and user is the compositor of the space, without whom the building becomes useless. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now there's the class reviewer with Honorary, and she also summarized some positive qualities of part A. According to the study of the theoretical part of the bachelor thesis, the sources used are of a wide range, topical and relevant to choose theme. The goals set at the beginning of the theory part correspond to the result achieved and the conclusions drawn. The author successfully established 4 different types of structural systems: object allocated inside larger space, 3-dimensional grid, transformable structure, and adaptable space, all of which were implemented into the practical part of the research. Some disadvantages. Overall quality of the text is satisfactory, however, there are quite a few typographical errors and the text is missing in some places. The positive qualities of part B and the quality and extent of the design brief and building program has been successfully implemented. Programmatically, the building meets the set goals. It was created according to the needs of the residents of Rudolfs. And the disadvantages, there is missing explanation why the only architecturally changed volume chimney is exactly like this, much higher than anything in the city. And was there a city-wide spatial analysis carried out? Now the question from the viewer. Please explain according to what principles was the master plan of the territory created. In the research part there was missing information about the quality of the territory belonging to the building and the principles that could be applied to bring it to life.
So, yes, the main principle for the master plan of the building was to divide the land plot into a grid system to make it not only more multifunctional, as we have the building inside, it's really multifunctional. I wanted to bring out also the multifunctionality aspect in the master plan, and this grid system allows to make these separations of the squares, and you can feel where one function starts, another one ends. And yes, it was not focused on so much at that point of the research part, but in the end I think that this was a really great approach, because the land plot is really, as we can see, with this terrain going up and down, and to make some kind of not saying zen, but to break this, it was the best option was chosen to make the grid and introduce it to the master plan.
Thank you. And another question, please explain according to what principles the architectural image of the tower was chosen, more precisely the size of chosen buildings.
Yes, so the project was working with very specific dimensions, meaning in this tower where the art gallery is, the space wasn't so much enough to host this functionality. So we wanted to add a new tower, which would also be like a new landscape in the city as well. It provides more necessary space needed for the functionality in the building, and while looking at the proportions and how it all looked together in the analysis, it was made clear to me that this is the volume that I should be working with together. It looked the most appropriate.
Well, would you like to moderate the situation? All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think well, first of all, I'd like to say that I think you've done a wonderful job. I mean, you was the hard-working student, I think. You've done a very nice model, very easy to understand. It was a beautiful drawings. Fascinating with the black background, makes it stand out in a very positive way. And I think another thing I'd like to comment is that you're taking on a building which hasn't been used for almost 30 years. Could have been demolished, or the building is demolished, but you actually, no, I want to reuse it. And that is the theme of today. We are demolishing far too many buildings, and that you're taking on that kind of challenge, I think is very, very important, very good. It's difficult to find critical remarks because I've done a good job. But I'd still like to ask you some questions.
Yeah, of course.
Now, you're working within existing buildings, you're giving a new lease of life, if you like, and you're not really altering the buildings, building structure, not much on the outside from the outside.
Yeah,
But then you're introducing a new element, the tower,
yeah.
which is a bit reminiscent of an airport tower, if you like. And if you look at that question there, now I'm just wondering about that too, because you are now saying that I want to save the existing buildings, give a new lease of life, but then I want to manifest a new structure. And I'm just wondering why you did it like you did. You said, I'd like to have an outlook tower. I want to kind of see the world from up there. But is it, do you feel it is kind of, it doesn't have to be an extension of the existing with the sloping roofs, but is it, are you very happy with the final solution? The reason I'm asking is because it's like a tower, but it's getting very square, sitting up there, in the windows so straight, you know. I've been involved in designing an airport tower myself, and then we learned that if you have glass, you must have it tilted, because otherwise you get reflection from the people sitting inside it. I'm not saying it should be sloping glass, but were you tempted to look at more, if you like, organic or different types of solution? I'm not saying what it should be, but you feel you have chosen the right shape? It's just a question there.
Yes, maybe I can show one of the plan. Maybe, yeah. The thing was that the limited space in already existing tower was not enough to both make this like art space, as well the museum, they have their own exponents that they want to put somewhere, and we tried to figure out what would be the best solution, and we really wanted to grant this I would say amazing once in a lifetime opportunity when you go up in some kind of structure, which is also why is it so big and so square? Because we need the extra space to grant this museum space on top, and then you can start your journey to get to the bottom. So maybe about the organic shape, it should be needed to be tested out. I will say I have not tested out the organic shapes, but I actually I see your point. It's when I started to make it, it looked really brutal, but then it grew on me. And looking that it serves so much functionality when it's extended, I made the decision to keep it that way. So.
I just wondered, did you do any? Did you look into other? I'm talking about architectural solution now.
Yeah.
Not the concept, the concept. But did you look into any other shapes? And it doesn't have to be an extension of the existing buildings, but we think, you know, maybe because now the way I look at it, maybe some people might say to be top heavy. Were you sketching different alternatives before you ended up with that?
Well, I would say no, because then if I wanted to extend, maybe if I wouldn't like have extended the tower in this way, I didn't want to cluster the front yard, or in the backyard there's like this slope, and I didn't want to extend it to the ground. I wanted to extend it up, and for me the most logical thing was to continue where the brick has been ended and construct a new construction on top. But yeah.
I think you're giving good answers, like a good model individuals.
Thank you.
Can I have a question? Nice job, that's fine. But I'm looking at the site master plan. If I'm coming on a car, where can I locate car or on a street only?
In this project, yes, because the land plot, I'm sorry, I don't have a map, but there are this railway station like 2 minutes by walking near distance, and they have these 2 car parking places. I didn't want to, I wanted to use the space as much as I could without the cars, and yes.
But if some transportation should deliver some pieces of art,
So yes, we go. Here's the street. We go from the street down here to this platform to go around.
I also have a question, please. It's a nice project, but I'm missing a site plan, and so far I know in Tukums there are also already having a museum, they're having cultural center, they're having different social and cultural premises in the city. And do you have any idea how it works together as a system in the city? Or you are making something which is like in desert, standing alone, working alone, don't communicating, because there are no site plans, you can't explain so much about that. Why you don't show the site plan and with the other structure of the city?
Yes, I have researched that in the past. I didn't conclude it in this presentation, but of course there are actually a lot of cultural places in Tukums. They are scattered around, and they mainly focus on 1 or 2 things that they specialize on. With this project, the client was this Tukumagi. They said they just want a museum and some places where to also radoši darboties. And I thought that it's such a beautiful place, but if it's only a museum, a lot of people won't just go there. And so, of course, the building is not like in a desert. It would probably work together with other instances in Tukums as well. In this protocol, they have stated that this is not a project of the city, but they want to communicate with them and do projects together with them, and yes, I think it would also be with the other instances in the city. They won't copy each one of them, so the functionalities in this are not as same as in the other cultural places in Tukums.
The answer is it works. It will work as a system together with others.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
And the program is dated because of the research of different cultural functionalities, functions in the city, and it helps each other, it works together. Yes, that's your answer, or it is very separate.
No, I would say that it would work together. It has not been. The theory was not so much on that, but more on what we are doing in the building and about the structures that we put inside, not as much about the functionalities and how it will go together with other instances.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because I see this is very,
Yeah.
somehow it's very introvert.
Mm-hmm.
You did an introvert situation. Are you sure that it works? Are you making parallel systems with the existing ones, and probably it's not working? It will be empty.
I think it won't be empty because right now in Tukums Kultūras nams, it's in a really bad condition, and the city has stated it needs either a new place where to hold these concerts and evenings and everything, so they can work together, for example, with Tukumagi, or they can build a new city hall as well. We have this co-working, which I haven't heard of in the city, so you would go there maybe not after evening, but in the day to work, to communicate with others. That's why the public space was added, so you can just go there, relax, go to a restaurant. If you want, you go up to the gallery. There's also a sky bar outside. I knew that if there only would be like these museum functions, it would probably, and after a while, go quiet with the project. But yeah, introducing these other functionalities that maybe are used by the people day to day, I would hope it wouldn't go.
Thank you for answering. In the next step, I recommend you to make a, let's say, communication with the city, different cultural and social objects, and make this one as a system, a part of the system. Then it works. Thank you very much for answering.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Just very small. Thank you very much for the proposal for Tukums. I guess it's very important that cities are trying to make new life for the whole building and building complexes. So it's very necessary to have such projects. And of course, I agree with Andris' question about the system, how it works together with all the city. But still, my question is only about the tower. Did you make some analysis about like say spatial planning of the Tukums? Well, Tukums is with a very interesting terrain, so it's like small valleys and hills and so. And there is a church in the center, as I remember, and this is not so far from the church. So, which is higher, this tower or the church?
It's definitely
because I'm sorry, because this is now twice higher than it used to be. Previously, I guess for the silhouette from the to the city, the church tower is pretty high, and so it looks like being like dominant now. Not the previous one.
Yes, it definitely would be a dominant one, but when you go from the Tukums, from Riga side, you already see the building, this building just from these towers alone, so it's already really visible with a naked eye. So if we are doing such a grand project here, for one, we are bringing this tower. Yes, it's higher up than other historical buildings, but it was made with the sense that it provides this extra space, and it also, in a way, creates this new type of monologue in the city landscape.
I thank you for the presentation. I always appreciate when the student has kind of covered all fields that he or she has studied in the last few years. In your case, there is the aspect of reconstruction, of new architecture, of landscape, maybe a little bit less like kind of urban planning or urban strategy. That's why there are like questions how it would sit in the city and how it's related to the other buildings, because for me is also, I'm not very familiar with Tukums. It's hard to imagine where it is and how it sits in that. That could have been executed to kind of to complete the package, and then I think it's a good connection between part A and part B, where you are kind of researching about these historical elements, how they can be used. And then in the second part, you're kind of taking this factory to try them out. On the other hand, I would contradict myself to say that actually, in the end of the day, I have a feeling that you have more used this. You promise that you will try how these arcades work, how these how these things could work with the contemporary function, but then in the end of the day you use this building more as a kind of shells, like envelopes, and then you are like empty spaces, you are using it more. I would say this could have been more kind of better explained, you know, it's like you are working in the historical environment, but you're not talking about much, it's just like empty box where I'm placing my new structures, new functions to test them out. And then another criticism could be for me for the tower, for this path, how you get to the tower is that, because I think it's, okay, you have a staircase, you have a ramp, and then you have a lift, so it's like, it's taking like 50% of every floor. It seems like it's, this circulation is taking like too much space than what is left for actually to exhibit things, you know. I'm thinking that is kind of this proportion of how much you leave for movement, how much for the function itself. Yeah.
Yes, so how I could explain that is that we, as we know, we need emergency exits, and so it would be, I place them in this volume, so it would also contribute to this volume and also to this volume. So you would only use this one emergency volume, not 3 or 4, for example. So maybe it takes up more space in the tower, but in regards, it doesn't take up space in different places of the building. As well, yes, these platforms, it's a part of the exhibition space, so it's just for the experience, but also the elevator. Why we need elevator? Because we have, of course, disabled people also, and everything in the building is designed in a sense that everyone could be able to come here and be a part of the community and be also able to explore everything in the building. So,
Yeah, just thank you for your project and your presentation. I just have wanted to comment on. I agree with the comments regarding the urban situation. I think like a 1 to 500 model would have helped of the fragment of that block. But what I do really appreciate is the system and the protocols you came up with for the development of different areas within the building that is looking for a new use or a new way to use it. For example, the object and the space within the space, the modular system that can be transformed, the large hall that can be host different types of performances and activities. So I think those components, those architectural components, and how to integrate those into an existing warehouse or building that's looking for a new function, I think that's very successful. The tower and the urban condition, I think, or just to assist you, I do understand and do remember you stating that the investor was actually communicating with the city so that this building could host functions that were missing or to supplement. For example, when the sports team came, they have a place to stay. For exhibits, the schools need after-school activity space. If those things are true, you need to sell those things and say that so it's clear to the jury that you did at least think about that to that degree. So thank you for your presentation.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
It was
you.
very good presentation and important topic.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that. So thank you.
Lejnieks. Today I'm going to present my bachelor thesis, which is sensory design and retreat hotel in Vecpiebalga. The presentation will consist of 3 parts: design part, theory part, design part, and at the end the questions from my thesis reviewer. Starting with part A, the theory, sensory design. The reason why I chose this topic was because of the daily modern lifestyle, daily rush, global situation or war in Ukraine, also experienced COVID period. I thought that maybe we can include in design some sensory design elements to bring better life quality, better quality for living environment or quality of life. The main research question for my theory was how can we benefit from the use of sensory design. The research I divided in parts. For the theory, I did the research for senses to get a basic understanding about the senses to be able to carry out the research part, which was analysis, case studies, and at the end I tried to make a suggestion for sensory matrix, which can be used also for better use of senses in the design. I did research all 5 main senses, including the smell and taste, even though these 2 senses the design has a little impact on those 2 senses. Anyway, I wanted to include them, and I was looking at each sense from many different angles to find out how we can manipulate and what affects or influence the senses for human. For the cases, I chose 2 different cases, 2 opposite or 2 totally different projects for my case studies. One was the spa center, which is focused on one sense and also for the pleasure, and the second is IKEA effect, where is mixture with the senses and a lot of manipulation for marketing purpose. And my suggested matrix, with the information I got from research, I tried to make a matrix or method to somehow make easier use of sense for the design. And for conclusions, the main conclusion for myself from the theory part was that simplicity and minimalistic approach can bring more qualities to design than other use of design elements. However, it really depends on the design, intended design function for the design. Moving forward, part B, a conceptual proposal for a retreat hotel in Vecpiebalga. Name for the project is Rudolfs. I would say I would like to create a space where we can, the space which offers a new experience of leisure, combining design, traditions, gastronomy, peace, art, music, and new experiences. So the site or the project is located in Vecpiebalga, 1.5 hour drive from Riga, which is, and this area or region is famous or well known in Latvia with its outstanding cultural, natural, and historical heritage and attractiveness. Rudolfs, or the site itself, it's a former building complex of Priester Manor near Lake Ienesis, and at the present time or at the moment this property or this estate stays empty and unused. For the studies or for the research, I did the site analysis. What is happening there? At the moment there's 3 partly renovated buildings, 2 ruins, and 1 seen leftovers of foundations. Accessibility is provided by a historical gravel road with a tree alley. Also did the investigation or studies with the existing structures to see the historical values for them. But as you can see, in 2010, another owner started the renovation, and I would say it was not the renovation; it was just a demolition. So they took out everything what they touched. So I did the analysis and also included in the analysis the historical plans to see previous sizes. Also, the natural values of the site was mapped, and taking together or combining the results of the site research and also getting the demands or wishes from the client, I came up with the proposal for the site, including bringing functions in the existing buildings or existing structures, taking in consideration the size, the location, and also the surrounding area. And to start with, now I will go separately by house, starting with the smallest one, the small barn. Because of the location and the size, I would say that it's a good to host the reception and administration building function. For the manor, I'm suggesting to place their hotel with a common area on the ground floor and the rooms on the first floor with a view to the lake. Next is the ruins next to the manor. For this structure, I'm suggesting to host a private suites, 2 apartments with hidden courtyards and the roof terrace for additional privacy. Next is wellness, remotely located building next to the natural pond. Would be good for spa center or wellness, with large openings to enjoy the views, and also a swimming pool disappearing in the pond. Next is, I would say, the signature building for this project. It's an experience center, the large old barn house, and this would be support or give the multi-sensations with the private art gallery on the first floor, and in the ground floor different functional rooms or spaces to have sensations, workshops, art workshops, and event space. But this space is multifunctional, so it can be adjusted according to the needs of the client or the happening. Also, for this experience house, the layout, the walls I placed slightly in an angle to play to give a new experience or new sensation while you are inside, different height, different angles, different openings. So yes. And then the last is the gastronomy, placed in the middle you can see here in the corner, it's placed in the central location with open kitchen to have the feeling that you are part of the happening, greenhouse dining hall, and the openings and the views to the garden and also to the lake. This is the visualizations, and welcome to Rudumi. And closing part is the questions from my thesis reviewer. Should I read all of them or just pick one, or what about time?
Yes, you have the time, but first of all, I will read some positive and negative qualities of Inka's reviewer was Jānis, and she gave positive qualities for part A. Purposefully researched information about the sense, the possibility of the reviews, examples, questions defined, and the method for choosing and using the senses created. Some disadvantages: it would be desirable to include an example of a historical building in the case study, as well as an environment in the context of the theme, senses architecture, because the example of the practical part is the adaptation of historical buildings. Would there be a difference in such environments, and what? This is about part A. Part B. The positive quality. The qualitatively planned solution is visually depicted, as well as the idea of using the senses and the evaluated result. The disadvantages: in order to create a different perception, rooms with a narrow corner angles and inclined planes are created. It would be desirable to carry out a research before that, whether the use of such tools affects the desired sense and contributes to the plan. Yes.
Yes.
And now, questions.
The question for part A, the first question, would the proposed method and solution be applicable in the same way in a crowded urban environment? Does the application of senses in such an environment differs from the building and other things would apply? What? To be honest, we discussed these questions already at the interview after the review, and I told her and also to you that it depends. The main thing is the vision or the purpose of the project. Because if you want to have a quiet, peaceful place in the middle of crowded city center, then I would say it might not be possible, but it depends on the location, surroundings, it depends on the vision or the purpose of the project, and then we can look for the solutions. In some cases we can find the solutions, in other cases I would say that it's impossible. The next question is, was it possible to define what in this field, science and architecture, has not yet been explored and what contribution it could make to our common future? It was hard to define what we are still not knowing about the sciences and the architecture, because ever-evolving technologies, new discoveries in science and neuroscience, there might be something more what we are not thinking or what we are not knowing at the moment. And I would say that better understanding of ourselves, of our sense perception, would of course increase the quality of our life. And questions for part B. Are the historical values mapped in the study area to preserve them? Has the existing substance been evaluated? What to preserve and what is cultural value? Is it planned to keep all the existing substance without evaluation? Again, this question came up in our interview, and I told at the beginning I was showing the existing structures only on the floor plans, showing with a different color, but we agreed that it would be also suggested to include it in the facades as well. So you can see in the darker lines in the facades that which part is existing, and then the lighter color is what is coming up. And saying about the evaluation, because of this reconstruction / demolition in 2010, I would say that the best would be to keep all of what we have left there. So my answer is we are keeping everything what is possible to keep. The second question, how does this environment design based on sense approach differs from other spa or wellness center? Does it directly confirm the principles that are used and fit into the category? I would say in general that this spa or this retreat hotel, the purpose was not to make it totally different, because the main function for this is to create a space where we can relax and where we can just be ourselves and kind of rest. So, but in this case, there is a focus on senses, and also not only with the design, but also in the future, together with the services and options for entertainment on site or in the project, would give something extra, something different. But in general, I would say that category of wellness center, it is central function. And the last question, how are these senses used in this work? And using the method, what are the conclusions? I will repeat myself again. The conclusion of everything is that less is more at this case. We don't want to make a crowded design, because we need a space, we need an environment where we can rest, because the senses, they are active all the time, and we are not even noticing how much the senses are affecting us even at the moment. So I would say the main conclusion is take it easy and less is more, and yes, something like that.
Thank you, Ingo. Great.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very, I would say it's professional and very good quality, if I may say. And for me, it was very understandable.
Okay, thanks.
And just one small question
Yes.
about roofs.
Yes.
You have some types of roof, but at least two of them, two types. One is with this large pucker.
Yes.
Not one, but two or three, and one is without.
No.
Yes.
Oh yes, flat roof. Sorry.
Private suites.
Sorry.
Private suites.
Private. Yes. Yes.
And,
Yes.
what was your let's say, how you decided, and is it a historical reflection, or is it your proposal about roofs, and also this let's say parkas?
Yes. Yes.
These are not very typical from history side, looking from history. What is your thoughts about roofs in the historical complex, let's say?
In my case, I wanted to keep the previous, let's say, the previous volume of the building from the distance, if you look. But when you come closer, then you can recognize which part was there before the renovation and which is the newly added. So also this overhang for the roofs removed is only because I would say, just to give something modern twist maybe, because when you are there you can see that okay, this roof doesn't have overhang, so it might be a brand new. So this was the plan, that from the distance it looks like the existing or original shapes or volumes, but coming closer you can see the contrast between the new and the old. And the flat roof for the private streets is at the beginning one of the options was to have the green roof, only the green roof, keeping the ruins, because I thought maybe something different as well, making the green roof and then decorational joists, wooden joists, just to creating this kind of sloped roof with the cut ends. But I didn't like it in the drawings when I was checking, so. And I decided that if it's private suites with quite large apartments, and to keep the existing structures, not to make a new openings, of course, for the south, more or less south side, I cut the openings for the bedrooms and the bathrooms, but to keep this kind of shell solid, I put inside the private courtyards with the glass around, and then there's an external staircase going to the flat roof for private sand deck. So this kind of, to be honest, I wanted to make something different from other buildings, just to have fun for myself, let's say. But if I can say.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
I'd like to. You're obviously a confident person.
I would. Okay, thank you.
So you could handle some critical comments.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you've done a very good presentation. I think it's very clear on the wall. I think your model is beautiful. I think that should go into an art gallery on the wall. I mean, you already put a frame around it, so it's ready for the art gallery.
Okay.
So I think all that is very good. Now, what I would, and again, it's another project we see where you're actually working with new with old, which is always, you know, the most challenging bit for an architect. I think that's very good. But I just wonder a bit about, well, you showed an example from Petersund to 10 miles in Switzerland. Mm-hmm. What influence did it have? I mean, IKEA maybe, I don't know, be confused about that. Have you been to that?
No, it's the first question, but unfortunately no. But after the thesis, I think it's time to go there.
Well, it's unfortunate, it's being rebuilt.
Yeah, it's
unfortunately. But anyway, apart from that, you're looking at some existing buildings and some ruin and the extension. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity to show how to relate new with old. But I'm just wondering, I can't quite understand that. When you approach, I can understand the building where you have the gastronomy building.
Yes.
And the extension, these I can understand. Okay, you come with a lightweight structure next to the heavy one. But when you look at the what you call the private suite, which is actually the ruin. And I wonder, why didn't you do something on top of it, like the elements of surprise, for lifting it? Why just a wall and that's it? And holding it, I feel there is a element of the elements of surprise missing.
Okay.
If I put it that way, I think it's you cross the T's and dotted the I's, but it's something lacking. Sorry, thank you.
Original for this building was to have this. It's hard, maybe better. Yeah. As you can see here, the building continues with this kind of pergola type, and that was the idea also for this building, but I didn't like it.
Look, my comment maybe is a bit not the best one, because you're doing a good job, but since you're always a confident person, I have to say that. And being on that theme, maybe you also should get someone to help check some spelling mistakes in your text.
Okay. Next time.
Right.
I have a comment. Regarding your questions, or maybe I misunderstood, but when you mentioned that maybe smell and taste aren't so important, and when I think about a spa or wellness center, it seems like within that whole process of sensory experience, that after you've been to the sauna and the wonderful smells, the steam room with the eucalyptus and the different types of oils and massage oils, and then you go to you close that whole cycle by going to like a fine dining where you're then experiencing this whole sensory process. It's completed by fine dining. So to me that seemed a little odd to say that taste and smell are not so important, because to me it seems like in a wellness and spa center those are very important. Was there a reason why you said that, or?
Yes, frankly speaking, it was a comment from the previous presentations, because the reason why I kept all 5 senses, everything what you mentioned now, including the garden and also the landscape, you can feel, the smell, you can taste some spices outside, because at the beginning of my journey, I got the comments that these 2 senses are, let's say, not architectural senses, but anyway I kept, and this comment about even though these 2 senses are not standard senses for the design or architecture, I kept them, so this is the reason why I said it, but I was focusing on all the senses, because there's too many options how we can influence each of senses.
I think it's very important that you do say that, because it is, and see, architecture isn't just the building, it's the experience you have within the building.
Yes.
And that's what allows us also to remember the place or the architecture that hosted that experience. So I think those senses are really very important to promote. And you had this comment about to avoid distraction. To me, when you are living in the city, when you want to go somewhere and rest, being distracted from normal life is actually what you're paying for, And so I was just wondering, why did you mention to avoid distraction? Because in one sense, you go out from the city, you want to be distracted from the hectic life to a place that you can experience these wonderful sensory things.
This distraction was meant more influenced by this IKEA effect, where it's too much, where everything is too crowded. This distraction was back to this kind of, it depends on the vision, on the function. If you want a quiet place, white walls, white floor, just a silent room, then you work with different senses, different design tools. If you want to have a distraction with the colors, with the paintings, with the art, then there's another sensory design tool. So this distraction was more like you have to carefully think what you are doing. So because there's a thin line between good balance and
Okay, thank you. And last comment, a beautiful model, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe then following up with Dainis' question, thank you very much for the first. Thank you very much for very good and explanatory presentation and really nice model. But following up with Dainis' question about the senses well, I guess that as for a spa, as for a beautiful landscape, as for the historical place and really smart designed area of this retreat. So I would say that it's like for the calm weekends or calm time and so on. So if to compare your assemblies like those walls and IKEA, then it would be the first one. Like,
Yes, it is also.
and so in this case, I would like to ask you about the house, what you are calling experience. So with the diagonal walls and pretty stressful design and planning. So how does that goes together with that calm space? What is needed for the spa, for the retreat, and so? Does it work together with those sensory ideas, or I just please explain how it works
Yes,
together?
thanks
with
for
that,
the question. The idea for this experience house was that I had too many ideas what I can place there inside in this building. It can be a private classical music, it can be this high definition sound room where you sit and drink wine and listen to high quality music, or I don't know, the concert or private art gallery. So this building is more like a universal building where you can host different events there according to the program or season or client wishes, maybe some kind of entertainment maybe just to refresh this kind of quiet, silent environment. You go inside and there's something else, and just to give something extra or some twist to this project, if you got the idea.
Please come back to those private suites.
Yes.
Can you leave an image on the screen? And there's only the part which is ruins. Okay, from the side that's ruins. Okay, fine. If you would like to have a horizontal, one of the horizontal shape, can't you think about, let's say, such kind of rafters too high, but horizontal ones? Some beams put to, let's say, to have a chance. I'm sitting here, there's coming some rain, I can put on those rafters some kind of textile or something like that to have a bit more that design on a roof, no?
Thank you for your suggestion. I think it's a good comment because it will give also. Yeah, I agree. There is missing something for the roof. I agree.
I just wanted to small comment. As mentioned before, it's like kind of like perfectly done work for them because it's like you have the whole package that was kind of required, like all the plans, the model, perfect renders, everything's kind of. It seems like you have had. I just wonder if you have had enough challenges in this project.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Because maybe it's weird question because I wonder if it was. It feels like it was like too easy for you.
No.
There was no struggle. You know?
No.
Okay. Great.
No.
Because then I wonder if this like kind of bar that you want to kind of like challenge yourself was set high enough. You know, it's like because it's sometimes you almost kind of want that student comes with the kind of unfinished a little bit model because he has been struggling with this thing and then that thing, and here it seems like there was no struggle and you have
No, there were a lot of challenges, and one, for example, was the renderings, because for this kind of sensory design I wanted to make the renders with a mood, with some kind of sensations, but this was
my question would be like the challenge should not be for me the renderings, but should be like that I'm challenging like what is the sensory space, you know, that because I have a feeling that this project is about confirming with the things that we know already, you know, that's my kind of the challenge. I wonder like what is really like an extreme sensory of I don't know, of materiality, of light or of the smell, like something that you challenge how we usually use the ruins or how we usually build inside the ruins. You know, it's like, because that's and the references you are using of not your own rendered like spaces, but like of somewhere seen interiors. They're approving things that we have seen before.
Yes.
So that's why I wonder, like, this could be the challenge. Maybe for the next project that you do something more than we would expect. But on the other hand, this is kind of complete package, you know, and the level that is necessary for this moment.
Thank you. I will. Yeah.
So, thank you very much. Probably you're missing one thing. Well appeared. Like bathtubs. If you speak about smell and some smoke, you have to have well appeared.
Actually, there is a smoke sauna.
Smoke sauna you have?
Smoke sauna, yes, because in the wellness center there is one regular sauna with the 2 glass windows. Then in the corner, with the small window, there is black sauna.
Very good.
So, because the smell, I needed to put the smell there.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you.
should wait for Andris. So hello. Hello, my name is Monika Celinska. and my project team is the regeneration and repurposing of the abandoned Liepāja linoleum factory territory for current city needs. So the original use of the territory was a cork and linoleum factory, which is located in Liepāja, and it was first opened in 1882. And the architect of the project was Pauls Max Berči, which is a famous German-Latvian architect. And after the collapse of Soviet Union, the territory was abandoned. And the main issue discussed in this project is how the societies and the inhabitants' needs have changed during the time period of 19th century till today in Liepāja. And what needs to be solved is how to adapt to the time change and plan for the future to make the use of the territory sustainable in long run. So a little bit about Liepāja. So historically Liepāja was the development of Liepāja was determined by the economic conditions, like establishment of port and later expansion of the industry. But recently Liepāja has become more cultural based, and it will become the cultural capital of Europe in 2027. And there have been built a lot of cultural structures, but to sustain it and provide economic growth and avoid depopulation, the city has been creating new factories and job opportunities. Therefore, also the housing market in Liepāja's neighborhoods is limited now. And my territory is located in a neighborhood called Jaunliepāja, and the inhabitants of the Jaunliepāja live in different conditions than people living, for example, in the city center. The majority of the city budget is going in development in the center area, but this place has been left alone a bit. So this creates spatial injustice. The people need to go far distances to get to service providers like restaurants, shops, cultural places, and yes. So here we can see how the territory has changed since it was first built. So this was the original Pauls Max Berči project, and then later the factory expanded, and yes, in the third picture we can see the red brick structures, and then in the last one we can see how it looks now. So there are some Soviet Union structures from white silicate bricks, and yes. So the territory is located in quite a dead end, because right next to it is petrol terminals, independent port, also some cemeteries, and a living neighborhood nearby. So, for people to want to go there, there needs to be activation in the territory. And also the object is located in Liepāja Special Economical Zone territory, which is an organization that manages Liepāja's industrial territories and creates favorable conditions for manufacturing companies. And yes, this project would motivate the current territory owner and promote the attraction of other investors to the territory. So here we can see the existing situation, how it looks right now. So there are a lot of historically important buildings, also some buildings that are in worse conditions that will be eliminated, and yes. And so this is my functional zoning proposal for the territory. So part of the territory would be office and manufacturing territory, other would be residential, then there would be public spaces and university campus area. And yes. The connection of these functions will create a united business hub that is interconnected. It is a business center aimed for high-tech company, but it can work independently. It can be rented and used separately if wanted. Territory is aimed to be economically self-sustaining and to produce economic benefits for the city. And cooperation between these different social strata and age groups will be encouraged in the territory because all the functions will meet in the center of the territory in the public plaza. Yes. And also, architectural aim is to save as much historical heritage, but also add a vision of the future for the territory. So, the main incorporated things in the project are the restoration of the red brick buildings, contemporary office space that is planned here, outdoor space for university, and public plaza in the center. So I will tell a bit of the contemporary office space. So it is located in the northwest side of the territory, and the main architectural claim of the buildings is to create the best possible office environment for employees' well-being, productivity, and environment. The buildings are made flexible. They are based on wooden frame and column construction with no load-bearing external or internal walls. So the buildings can adapt to many interior scenarios. So they have green roofs, and also they are made so that they leave as less CO2 footprint in the construction process as possible. And to minimize energy consumption, the windows and curtain walls on the facades will be of photovoltaic glass, which is energy generating material. So yes, here are the contemporary office buildings. They are all in similar style, but a bit different, each one of them. The other element that I incorporated in the design is the sky bridges. These are the outdoor university common space. So these are bridges that are on two different levels, and they can be accessed by panduses with large spans for accessibility reasons, and they also have extensions with green zones for recreational purposes. And the incorporation of these sky bridges improves the communication of and access for the students and teachers, and decrease pedestrian travel time through the territory. And these bridges lead to the waterfront area. So here we can see that they extend over the railway tracks so that people can go and access and see the waterfront better. And the municipality in the future can use the possibility of people, for example, coming down there and provide a public water transportation to this side of the river. The next element is public plaza. And yeah, all zones of the territory have each their own private courtyards, but this is the place where they all can meet. This is the central place with the public plaza. So the main element here is amphitheater that can be used for seating in the sunlight, recreation, also for public speeches or some maybe small concerts or events or outdoor markets. Around the territory are buildings with public functions like restaurant, library, yoga and pottery workshops, also exhibition hall with Jaunzems Industrial Heritage History Museum. And yes, here we can see it in the nighttime. And the last element is the residential complex. So the residential complex is located in a building which is U-shaped. Yeah, and here I am showing you the part which is suitable for students, like it's a dormitory. Here I created one scenario for a student apartment for 3 students, and yeah, it's located in the historical red brick building. At the first floor of the building will be suited for public functions, like rentable area, yeah. And the other part of the building will be apartments for the specialists of the company, yeah. The outdoor area of the residential complex, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Monica's reviewer was Jānis Lejnieks, and positive qualities of part A. The quality of the topic is relevant and determined. The actual topic is relevant to the Liepājas municipality plans to be a European capital of culture city in 2027. The disadvantages the process of development of renovation is based not only on the architect's visions, municipality involvement and public opinion. There are involved interests and financial resources of the client. In the case studies, there are close to no information about the client and the social background of existing structures. The positive thing about B part, the building program is interpreted correctly. The master plan discovers the functionality of the whole complex. The disadvantages in the analysis of the factory's master plan between 1906 and 2022, there is no clear development of the factory construction within 100 years. And now, questions from the viewer.
Yeah. The question was what kind of manufacturing you will choose as the appropriate subject of the site. So I already kind of answered this question in the presentation, but as there are future plans for developing high-tech companies in Liepājas Special Economical Zone territories, I provided these offices more specifically for high-tech manufacturing, for example, microschemes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, please. I can't comment so much because I was supervising.
Okay, so I should address you instead of that.
My comments will be very hard if I say.
No, I think, I mean, I like your presentation. I like very much this image here. So that explains a lot. It's obviously a nighttime image. It shows that how you're thinking of illuminating the external spaces, nice courtyards. I like very much the way you kind of, in fact, the previous one, can you go back one? Yeah, here you're kind of bringing a new design element, the diagonals into the square rather than just copying what used to be there.
Yeah.
If you go to the next one again, back there. I'm just wondering, a few questions. I think the way you organize is very good. I mean, look at the upper part, if I remember correctly, is a residential part. Then the public part, then the university part.
Yeah, that is residential, public, university.
Yeah, I like that. I think the distribution is very good. My main questions are more related to the new buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, respect to that. Now, it's because the existing buildings have got pitched roofs and they're quite solid, brick structures with nice openings. Now, your new buildings are very transparent. You can see a lot. But also the structure, and you want it quite heavy. And all the roofs are flat. Nothing wrong with flat roofs, but why? Were you tempted to kind of do a modern interpretation of the existing buildings? Or do you say, no, modern has to be flat, and I put grass on top of it to delay the drainage, and why? The other question is, you introduced some quite interesting, almost like you call them the sky breaches.
Yeah.
And I saw in one of your perspectives, it seemed to be like a place you can stop and relax. One before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one top left-hand corner there.
Yeah.
Left, the top one, and the left is bottom there.
Yeah.
Were you kind of inviting people to get up there and get a kind of chance to look down? Because I can't quite see it from the design you took that much further. You illustrated the potential, which is great.
Yeah.
But why not go even further? So you have it like a second level of movement. I'm just wondering. So it's more like simple questions to you. But my main question is related to new buildings, which I feel are kind of getting a bit.
Yeah.
In spite of the transparency, they're quite heavy. Why did you do that? Is that the reason? Can you explain that? And if you go one or two slides even further up, beginning one, and one more, and even one more. There. Now you created quite a deliberate contrast between I mean the new one, all the glass, you might have some problems with glare and so on again, but that's another issue. And if you can say the new one, it reflects the old one, and interestingly in that perspective, but it's quite heavy. And is that, did you look at the other ways of designing new ones?
The main principle by which I designed these buildings was to minimize the CO2 footprint and for these buildings to live be made of more natural materials. So that's why they are from wood timber construction. I didn't want to use the strategy to take example of the elements from around buildings and copy them. So I chose to go with something completely different. And why I use glass, because I wanted to make a reflection of the existing structures because they are quite beautiful and yes, maybe they are heavy, but they are they have a heavy purpose as well. They house a large company, office space, production, and maybe in that way they represent the companies in some way. And yes. That could answer my question. Yeah.
Thank you. So,
thank you for question.
Maybe one small question. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the very good analysis of the urban pattern of Liepāja, what is where and why it is there. So thank you very much. But the question is about the figures. Well, I understand Liepāja needs some spaces more, some living spaces, offices, and so on. But still, the territory you are developing and proposing to develop is huge, actually. So, is those figures of square meters you are making necessary? Are those square meters necessary? All of them are necessary for the city, or it's just a question? What does the city says about the necessity of square meters?
So I designed this by it's a bit written in the theoretical part. So my design was based on one conference in which Andris Kronbergs, representative of Liepāja Special Economical Zone, said that in the future plans they're planning increasing the amount of people in Liepāja from 67,000 to 100,000. Of course, it's like a really optimistic plan, but they're really looking into making these companies come here and and they're even planning inviting people from different countries and specialists from there, and that's why I wanted to make the most of the territory so they could use this space. And it's all the other special economical zone locations are located further in the outskirts of the city. This is the most central one, and I thought that maybe they would want some representative offices here, and yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for questions.
Yeah, I just would add that I think it's the target that you set in the beginning that you briefly mentioned. I think that was the most interesting part. That was about saying that, okay, there is the city center where all the functions are there, and that's why I think it's very hard for this young to develop itself, because it's always lacking something. You have to go somewhere far away, and it's like, and this, what you have achieved is this kind of like self-sustainable kind of community space, right, where everything is near, and that could maybe be the answer to this question, how to develop this area. I was wondering, only thing was, so, and then in this neighborhood, what do you do with the parking? Because maybe I didn't hear. I just wondered, because it looks like all pedestrian streets. That was one question.
Yep.
Second comment was just when you know, it's like to get ourselves like this image of how it would, what would be the atmosphere, how it would work. I would recommend maybe next time do maybe these renderings. Not if they're all made from the second floor high. You know, you do it from like humans' perspective. At least few of them. You know, then we would get this really appreciation of how it would feel in this space, and also, yeah, because now it feels like everything is from the second floor, and it feels like there is some kind of emptiness in all these buildings, and it feels like something has been built, and now the people have just arrived, and they're just like wondering what's here. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
The question about the parking. So the only access to the territory with cars will be provided from Sarkana Street there. So it's already existing street that connects to the territory, and I wanted to make the territory on the inside traffic free, only for meant for pedestrians. So I made like a buffer zone with street for cars and parking space, and like 120 parking spaces there located inside the territory, but also around all the perimeter is also available parking spaces. So yes, that's about that. Yeah. And about the visualizations, yeah, there are some from more, yeah, from second floor level. Yeah, I will take that in, keep that in mind.
Yeah, I just had a couple comments. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I think that the choice and the multiple functions is really good, because the territory is so big. Having, you know, the faculty building, having the dormitories. As soon as you bring students into this, then you create an economic driver. You automatically need some shops, you need a little cafe, and so you having the corporate companies connected to the possible cooperation with the university, I think that is good. That's necessary for something like this to actually work. And then the other thing is, I like, it's already been said before, but I just want to say it again, I think the way that you create this new environment and these spaces between these buildings. So it's not just the building, what happens inside, but the actual landscaping and the changes. Some places you have the formal landscape, and other places you have like this meadow, you know. And I think those are really nice things that could be developed, because you can feel different things at different locations within that public space or semi-public space, the courtyard that's actually serving those that will live there or work there. And I think this is a small detail, but even your choice of the paving, the fact that it's not a grid, but it's a grid and a diagonal, which is nice because it depicts like several directions. If you want to go across on the diagonal, if you want to take into account the grid, you can. I think it works well. It's a good choice rather than just having a solid grid, having both these things going on. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So Monica, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
It was good. You probably didn't put so much material in the presentation. You can add a little bit more what we talked about functionalities, about surrounding in the new area. You have a great material in the research, but you didn't show that so much. That's a little bit pity. I would recommend you in the next steps look more about this, show a little bit more about your thought before. We talked a lot about this, but you didn't show something.
time limit, but
Time
yes,
limit,
yeah.
But overall, that was good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for.
Yes, hello everyone, my name is Vadim, and today I am going to present to you a residential skyscraper in Plesko, which is 15 minutes away from here driving. I have a question for you. What are your first impressions when you hear a term, a building as a power station? Probably something that looks like this. In fact, if you Google it, that's exactly what it gives you. But in reality, it's a little bit more romantic. It's something more like this. They produce energy by spinning the turbines. As you can see on a few of these examples, like here, and there are many of them there. And in this example, there are 4 on these floors. There is another project proposed in Dubai, which is called the Squirrel Tower. It's supposed to be rotating, very ambitious. So, and I, with my project, I'm joining the list of such buildings. Located in the capital of Latvia, Riga, in Plesko district, like I mentioned before. Currently there is nothing happening there, literally just a bunch of trees growing, and across the street there are 2 standing already and 2 in the final phase of construction, high-rise buildings. And in this slide we can see that there is a quite distinct trend of residential buildings. So I have used this site to kind of continue the trend or follow the trend. This site is very conveniently located right in between Riga International Airport and UNESCO protected site, which is Old Riga. Very convenient to travel around to the city center. The site itself, as we can see, is quite big, and in fact it's about 7 hectares big. I have dedicated a large parking lot for all residents, even that have more than 1 car, for the workers and extra spaces. But what's located more on the site a little bit later on. That's how my building looks like next to the Panorama Plaza buildings. As we can see, we cannot see any wind turbines. So how is it a building as a power station? Well, I have implemented a central atrium in there and placed wind turbines. And those wind turbines are going to be spun by the captured wind from pretty much any direction. So there is a higher likely chance that the wind will be captured. Also, there is another natural effect called thermal updraft. Any heat that goes up will help rotate the turbines more, even if probably even when there is no wind. Those are the low speed turbines, so it produces a few noise and vibrations. And this allows us to collect this energy and power, for example, interior or exterior lighting. I do have a demonstration for you later in the end of the presentation. By having an atrium inside, we can see that it helps us to ventilate the building inside, which is one of the drawbacks of skyscrapers. They inside have quite hard air, and they rely on ventilation systems. In this case, you don't have to do it as much. Another benefit is that you can see people around across the building, or even floors above or below, which gives it ease of navigation around the building, maybe helping someone to show where is what's happening, and you kind of feel attached to the surrounding inside the building. This is a comparison summary of how traditional skyscrapers have quite a few drawbacks, and I have fixed them by enhancing a skyscraper. Obviously I cannot fix the entire world, but at least something. And this is a comparison with the existing buildings as power stations, like I showed you earlier. The problem with these buildings that they can harvest energy from single direction or at most from two directions. In my case, I can collect the wind energy from any point, any direction. And it's more socially interactive, like I showed you before, and well, at least more or less better naturally ventilated than some examples here, and lower carbon footprint. By lower carbon footprint, I mean that this building is proposed to be built from the wood, like CLT or glulam. And the reason for this choice is because I am participating in an international architectural competition. Such design will hopefully give me a higher chance of winning. Allocation across the floors. I have dedicated quite a few functions which I will discover a little bit later on the first floor. A second and third floor is for the offices, maybe for the people that work underneath on the ground floor, and additional working space for other functions. 20 floors for the residents, and the top floor is for like outdoor view, maybe fresh air, maybe go outside and chat with your visitors. And about the ground floor, as you can see, I do have quite a few things happening there. Everything, let's go step by step. So obviously we are greeted by a beautiful reception, and next to the reception on this side we have a cafeteria. Maybe if when you run to work you can want to grab a coffee, you don't have to go somewhere, take a stop. Maybe when you come back you want to grab a sandwich and you don't want to cook at home, or if you want to have a dinner and you don't want to cook at home, it's there for you. A lobby, maybe someone's waiting for you while you come downstairs, and another one across the building. And I do have a mini market, maybe to buy like sugar, milk, something like this, so you don't have to travel away. And outside the building I do have dedicated pet park, so there is a special place where they do their stuff, and kids playground, obviously, somewhere for youngsters to entertain themselves, and an outdoor gym for the lovers of sports. And right now I would like to, like I promised, have a demonstration for you. If you can turn off the lights for me, thank you. And if it's possible, yeah, reduce some light. Yeah, would be awesome, yeah. There we go, you have the light. That's the idea. For exterior lighting. Well, that's pretty much it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. I have left the papers with the questions on the table, if I can quickly run and take them. Oh, you have them?
Okay.
Oh, awesome, yes, I do have them printed.
Yeah, thank you. Vadim's reviewer was Sergei Nikiforov, and the positive qualities of this virtual thesis. Graphical range of high-rises become wider and wider. Their number could be measured in hundreds in each of the world's largest cities, and it is increasing with every year. Technological breakthrough requires new approaches towards the subject and the scope of these challenges, and analyzed in the current abstract: indoor climate safety, sustainability, energy saving, use of solar and wind energy. The analysis is based on a current experience in this field and applied to the suggested building on a definite site in Wiig. Some disadvantages. The study refers only to certain amount of technological parts of high-rises out the whole complicated context defined by scope of integral parts of the building. use of wind turbines in the atriums not only raises a number of questions about the optimal shape and growth of the propellers, but is a great challenge for structural integrity, internal logistics and fire safety of such a building as well. So the questions. What about the noise and vibration in a building with wind turbines in an inner atrium?
Yes, in my opinion, it's all about the gears inside the turbines. We can make it low speed and but high output energy. It's all about the engineering behind the turbine itself. We can maybe use a little bit smaller one than a huge one, which will produce a lot of noise and vibration. Like I mentioned before, it's supposed to be low speed. It's not gonna spin as fast as my one. Yeah, it's noisy, it's vibrational, but the idea is to use low speed.
Yeah, and what kind of ventilation would be suggested for such a type of building?
The one that I'm using right now is naturally ventilated, like I mentioned earlier, and the other one would be like additional one for taking the air out from the building, for just a simpler one, a normal fan, sucking out the air from inside the building. That's the simplest answer I can give. Any more questions?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was very interesting.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. But probably we will have some questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Please, ladies.
Okay, I can start. Thank you very much for the very actual topic. Since the energy efficiency is actually everyday's topic, and then green energies and carbon footprint and everything. But did you calculate? I have some very particular questions. So first is, did you calculate how much energy can you produce with such a wind turbine in particular building? And how much does it cover of needs of the building? Do you need some more energy, or it's really zero energy building? I mean, in this.
I understood your question.
Yeah.
I understood your question. The idea is is practically really difficult to cover the 100% of energy consumption from the building. So obviously, no. As I have a demonstration for you, and the purpose is to cover a small portion. For example, for the residents, don't have to pay for the exterior lighting, which is reducing bills a little bit. Yeah, and in one of the examples, exactly Bahrain World Trade Center, they produce, if my memory is correct, 11% of consumed energy. So they cover that. If I can achieve close to that, I think that's going to be an achievement. So, yeah.
Okay.
A portion, yes, but not 100%.
Okay, thank you. And then the question is about what is around the building. Do you need to have, like you put on the site plan, this building stands very alone in a very big car park, so there is nothing around it. So is it necessary to have that airflow, wind flow, or you can put the building also somewhere into pretty
more crowded, you mean?
Dense, urban environment?
I have lived in London for 7 years, and there was one place where they have wind concerns. Even the building was shaking just because the air dynamics have swirl the wind. So I guess when it's crowded, the wind is actually passing by through, and it's actually a concern in city centers. They use some kind of techniques with the trees to prevent it from people to actually walking. It's quite difficult. So answering your question, I guess when it's in a more crowded area, like in a very city center with many buildings, tall buildings especially, I guess the wind will still have those tunnels passing through the city, which will get captured inside and continue spinning the turbines, in my opinion.
Okay, so thank you for the answer, because in this case I would say that why are you not putting some, because Riga is pretty dense and we are trying to make Riga more dense. And so this is standing on very like
I had
empty field, and so that way was my question.
I had a slide showing with the trend that the chosen location is because there is a quite distinct trend of high-rise buildings already. So it's only left to kind of put it here. There is not enough high-rise buildings, especially this height, to justify the location for the placement of my building. Maybe a lower one, yes, but for such a building, my guess is that it makes more sense to place it in this trend.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes?
Yeah, I think this is the most sustainable project we've seen so far. Know that.
Thank you.
I mean, it's all based on that, and you created you're not relating it to surroundings, you created a new landmark. I think that's no problem. My question is more related to how people will live there. And then, for a start, we know that tall buildings create turbulence in the ground. Whether your curved form will alter that, I don't know. But I also noticed that on your site plan, you have a large, hard landscape area around the building before you get into more wooded areas. And I would have thought that hard landscape will be almost more challenging to move in and out of the building because the turbulence being created on the outside. This is my question. You have the cars parked a bit away, that's fine, but you have to go there. But my main question is, I think I like very much, the approach. I like your thing. I like the pubs, P-A-B-S.
Buildings as power station.
As power station. And I think that is the way you handle the wind turbine, the thermal updraft, as you call it. But my question is, if this was an office building, I would understand it.
Okay.
But when you say residential part, you have challenges outside, and in Latvia is that like in Norway where I live, we almost when the sun is out, we want to have balconies if you live in a tower building, or even winter gardens if you like. Here, where people go to enjoy the sun, and there's no balconies and certainly no.
The top floor.
Then you have the top, then the very top. Everybody, but you see, if you have so many people living there. It'll be pretty crowded up there.
Oh, it's. I mean, if everyone simultaneously go there, then yeah.
Say if you broke an arm or leg, you can't easily get up there.
Lift. It's a lift.
Social with your apartment.
I mean, I have a lift going up.
No, but if you like, you don't want to meet up. You don't like your neighbour.
Okay. Okay.
My simple question: I think this is an office building. I understand it, but I'm struggling to see it as a successful residential building.
Okay, I see.
And I think you've done some very interesting, innovative, very approach when it comes to sustainability and buildings like that. So
Thank you.
thank you, and also the use of timber.
Yeah. To participate in competition, fingers crossed. Yes.
You have shape of ways.
Okay.
You make the client to say, okay, fine, that shape, okay, it finds as well.
I mean, it's the author's idea. We can make any shape and place atrium inside. It can be even a square. So it's up to the architect,
The answer is that it's not important about shape, it's more important about power station.
Yeah, of course, but the chosen design is supposed to kind of stand the time, you know. These classical, traditional skyscrapers, they tend to be just squares and, well, not all of them, but like with time they age the design, and my hope is that this is gonna age longer. That's why I have chosen such a design.
You mean this form is following something like wind turbulences or something like that?
Also, yeah, also...
No, then it will be not symmetrical. Because, you know, if you start to calculate wind turbulences for skyscrapers, it gives you a totally different shape, not symmetrical, never, because on the backside there is some...
vortexes.
Yes, no. Therefore, this is not calculated by these wind turbulences.
No, I don't have such resources to do.
Of course, you cannot. But this form is, let's say, like a fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah, you have reminded me of when I have researched about the buildings, that the round ones do have a tendency to reduce that vortex behind the building compared to the square ones. So yeah, with such design, you will probably be reducing it maybe even more. But that's up to the tests.
Yeah. At the same time, another question: Did you hear about this type of let's say tunnel type of buildings which are cleaning air? In China, they're making such tunnels which take polluted air through the tunnel and at the same time clean it and give back to nature with a clean air. You can also add this one.
Maybe, yeah. I have not heard of that. I have seen only some sort of system that they put on the roof, and it takes polluted air from the top, somehow filters out and gives out the clean one, but on the top instead of the bottom, like you mentioned. But no, the one that you're speaking about, no, I haven't heard. But
and why you don't use these other types of clean energy? For example, the solar panels or so. You said you produce a very small amount of energy, but you didn't say anything about thermal piles, about all these things which can be put it together as a one system. You don't think about it.
It's true. I even have seen windows that are in production in as a concept to work as a solar panel. Yeah. Well, we can integrate a lot of things in there. It's just need more time and see how it works together. I was capable to put it together in such a shape as much as I did and present it to you today.
The recommendation is in this next step to have all these possible energy saving systems as a one system. That if you are speaking about power station. Yeah,
it's true. I even remembered a technology they used to produce electricity when the building is shaking. You know, like in a lighter, they have this click. Yeah, it's piezo electricity, and I do have 8 counterforce walls. Any of them giving a wiggle could, on the bottom, trigger this piezoelectricity, also produce. And there are a lot of ways you can implement all the technology. It's just it does require a lot of time to design.
It's not so easy.
No. Yeah. Awesome.
Just one addition. But I understand that the topic was very much related to this technological part and sustainability, but in the day it's not a power station, it's not a sculpture, it is a residential building. And I think it's the tricky thing with such shapes, and in your case I think as well, is like how do you integrate living spaces there, how some public spaces inside, so it would have been nice, maybe for the competition, it's also nice to show this one plan where you can really make apartments there.
I do have, it's over here, one. This one over here, one I have managed, and the office one. Office and the apartment.
Yeah, I don't see it so well, but I could imagine that it could be quite complicated to make the apartment.
It was difficult to design, yeah.
It's like very like like steep angles of the rooms probably.
It is true, yeah.
And so with this shape, just like by creating icon, you are kind of making some problems for yourself and residents to create like easy, manageable living conditions, and planning. That's a kind of thing that it should be worth making this sculpture to have an icon and to sacrifice a little bit the planning that is possible in this house, of course.
Well, I fitted 8 apartments inside the 1 floor plan. Even for those that are on budget and probably single, there is a 20 square meter apartment, having a bed, toilet, shower, kitchen, all you need, but like for a single person. A tiny house,
I assume that probably for a single person it's easier to make plans, because then you can make more free floor space once you need to put some division between the rooms and stuff, then it becomes more complicated. It's like for as open space, probably not that hard.
Well, I have managed.
2 rooms that might be more challenging.
In my opinion, I have managed pretty well, but every floor plan is almost unique, and I will have to adapt to every single floor plan to kind of adjust every apartment. But there is, everyone's having their own cup of tea, like they say. Maybe someone will say, well, this one's a little bit too small on this floor plan. I can go 1 floor up and have a bigger one or a smaller one.
And then just what I would recommend, if you also for this competition's sake, would be interesting, of course, if this building is not just like very, you say it's very different, each floor plan looks very similar, but it could be that somewhere in the middle there's office floor, then you can make it higher, then it has some kind of differentiation between floors, and here maybe this floor we just make public, it's only for the children's as a kind of playground or I don't know, so then it becomes more diverse now, it's very generic kind of approach.
Okay, yes, interesting idea, discussable definitely, and have to put mind into that as well. Oh, perfect.
I have a positive comment and maybe more of a critique. Positive, what I appreciate that you were willing to make a decision to experiment with something. You went with it and you went all the way, and you went bust, 100%, and your motto is, really beautiful, and appreciate the effort that you made to do that. The other part is the architectural questions that I have about how we brought up some really important questions here, like, should architecture just be a form that we pour a program into it, or should the program actually create the form? And how this building right now looks like a vase on the table, and not really sure how it emerges from the context, and how your site could actually foreshadow what you are approaching, so that you feel already in the garden, in the park around it, that the building is arising from the context rather than just being placed like a vase on the table. The third thing is the technology. I'm really glad that you researched and tried to think, how could a building that actually has this type of technology work? So in one sense, this is like an academic experiment, so I appreciate that. Experiments aren't always successful, or experiments tell us what works and what doesn't work, and what do I need to. So in that sense, I really appreciate the effort. But I think there's a lot of these architectural questions that you sort of have to force upon the inhabitants, that actually can experience living there. And so those are questions that you really have to ask in the future. Do I go 100% on form and sacrifice a lot of other things, or do I think about how does my program and technology create my form so that they're all working in balance with one another, so that you don't actually sacrifice living experience? Because I also agree, I see this more as an office rather than a residential building. And because of all those questions of the inhabitant, how you can experience that architecturally.
Well, I have dedicated 2 floors for the offices. We can repurpose it. It's not that crucial. If the judgment is more on office side, I am kind of willing. I am open for the adjustments. So I guess I may agree. Thank you for your comments.
So, then, no more questions, no more comments?
Awesome.
Well then, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your.
Very, very, very interesting.
Thank you.
And as Dainis said, this is experiment, and we appreciated experiments in academic process. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your attention and your comments.
Kleminska, and my bachelor thesis A part was Principles to Restore War-Destroyed Urban Structures, and B part, design part, was Restoration of Destroyed Irpin's Bridge as Memorial. To better understand the structure, importance in city and urban environment, we must define what city is. In many countries, it is defined by population or density. In Lewis' Wright opinion, it is simply defined as relatively large, dense, and permanent settlement for socially heterogeneous individuals. Cities are impacted by politics, economy, religion, culture, sociology, history, environment, and they are also impacted by war. War event is putting city in 3 time frames: city before the event, city in war. This city requires urgent measures to provide city functionality. And what will be the city after the war? Each structure that will be put on the land scored by war will have and bring dual meaning. There are many precedents in history when the post-war restoration was implied. In Levius Wood's book, War and Architecture, he provides and defines some of these principles. He says that you can restore as before, you can put something completely new, you can perhaps combine, or you can choose to keep it as the memento of the history. For the design part, I choose Ukraine city, Irpin. Ukraine is a country where war is right now happening, and Irpin is destroyed by 71%. For my design, I choose one structure to restore. This structure is a point of infrastructure, the Irpin's Bridge, that is located on the road P13. This is how it looked before. It was 4-lane bridge that goes across Irpin's suburb residential part. It was destroyed by Ukrainians themselves to prevent Russian army to get to the Kiev. This road is also connecting Irpin's with its suburbs and neighborhood cities with Kiev as well. And because of the destruction of this bridge, the Irpin city gained hero city status. So, because this is a very important part of the infrastructure, President immediately decided to reconnect Irpin with its suburb park already in the process of the war. So this is the connection that perhaps will be implied. And in many architectural design proposals, it already is like this. This will be temporary connection because of the urgent matters of the war. But because this road was not just, this bridge was not just connecting Irpin with its suburbs and Irpin with Kiev. This bridge right now represents the evacuating road for Irpin's civilians and many other civilians that tried to escape from Russian army to Kiev. And there was a lot of suffering and a lot of dead people. And this is the reason that President on April 17, 2022 decided it to pronounce as memorial place. So redesigning the infrastructure that is bridge, it actually impacts a big portion of the city. In this case, it impacts the whole suburb part and actually can affect even this part of the city. So in my design, I will be presenting memorial, multiple pathways that are connecting memorial with the landscape, new road to Kiev, because existing route P30 was 4-line road that actually was more like high-speed road that got through suburb, the residential part, and it was not private for residential area. I also will be remaking this temporary connections that the President right now is making, announcing as a permanent boulevard that still will be connecting the Irpin with its suburbs. But it will be just 2-line road, slow traffic road. Yes. And I will be also including in my proposal the promenades that will be connecting memorial with the riverside of the Irpin. So memorial itself is quite linear. It is like continuous link of at some point existing bridge. I will be, for this memorial, it actually consists from two parts. One part will be almost integrated in the landscape, and the second will be on the ground level. So the second part will be more functional part that provides some activities. And I will be also keeping the destroyed part of the bridge. So this will be the boulevard, and there will be multiple pathways connecting the memorial with the boulevard and with the landscape. And yes. Why the form? So this form is because I wanted to keep the form of the existing road, but I actually made some angle for the second part. I made this angle to prevent any religious misconception, so it will not remind the cross. Also, I wanted to give a different viewing angle from both sides, from this side and from this side as well. And I wanted to avoid, since this is very linear structure, I wanted to avoid more sharp angles. So basically, I wanted it to go almost parallel to the boulevard. Right now, boulevard, but it actually is the temporary road. Yes. And I also wanted to make some parallelity to destroy the bridge. And yes. Oh, sorry. One slide. I will be keeping almost existing bridge proportion for the memorial as well, so it will be 18 meter wide and approximately the part above the ground will be 7.5 meter high. So this is the section. This will be the function part of the memorial, and this is almost integrated in the landscape part that will be facing straight forward the destroyed bridge. In this part, I decided to make candle holes to provide some activities. It will be open. There is no wall, so you can go lit the candle and like remember the momentous. And this will be the viewing platform that will be going, that will be just like looking upon the city and the destroyed bridge. Yes. It's kind of slow. So memorial itself is quite linear. I don't know why it's like this. It's quite linear because memorial main function is to provide spatial feelings, not geometrical complicity. So yes, it looks like this. In the ground floor, there is function zone. It will have like conference rooms, some gallery space, and a coffee shop or cafeteria. And candle making shop and candle making workshop, so you can actually make your own candle and live in the candle hall. The ground level will have this candle hall, the upper level will have gallery for a museum and just the booth space. This is the visualization of the candle hall that is actually quite like you are viewing upon the destroyed bridge part. Yes, and there are some people, you can lit the candle and see the destruction itself. This is how it should perhaps look from above at night when there are candles and just the bridge part is lit. And this is like seamlessly connection. There will be some steps so you can sit and watch actually destroyed bridge part. This is a view from the destroyed P30 road in the center side. So actually there will be a lot of trees and there is just simple linear geometrical lines, nothing more, nothing complicated, almost integrated into nature as well. And this is a view from the river side. I choose the material of the concrete since it is just what you see when you are looking upon destruction from the aerial view. Yes, and also you can see the promenades and pathways that are actually going from these halls. This is the candle hall, the viewing platform, and the gallery. This gallery is connecting the candle making workshop and the cafeteria part, my gallery part, and conference room part. Yes, this is a better angle, so you can see pathways that are connected throughout the landscape with the candle hall. Yes. This is interior part. In this you can see conference space and the gallery above. There perhaps could be some kind of museum for the exhibitions and so on. This one picture, yes. This one. I also decided to not put any names because we actually don't know how many there are people like that or missing. That's why the proposal has to put some notes for Ukrainian songs, so you perhaps can play even the music when you want. And these are my questions from Francisco.
Thank you. Yes, reviewer was Francisco Martinez. And the positive qualities of this work is relevant topic, complete bibliography, consistent structure of the research, appropriate topic, and good selection of case studies. The disadvantages, unclear conclusions. And for part B, the positive thing, architectural quality of the building, spaces, materiality, volumes, appropriate building area and type of program, sensitive approach to visitor experience, original connection with damaged structure, geometric continuity, visible but unused. And disadvantages, unclear connection to the riverbank and landscape design elements, interaction with boulevard.
I actually answered that one.
And now questions, please.
I need to answer this. What restoration principle of the theoretical part can be applied to the empirical part of the study? Well, in my case, actually, to apply kind of like to keep destroyed part of the bridge and put them a completely new structure as memorial. So it could count as something combined because of the opinion that city before the war is not the city after the war. So yes. The second one, do you consider a memorial as a restoration project and why? Well, in some cases it may not be a restoration project. In this case it may be because of its location and position. Previously there was destroyed bridge and right now there's memorial. So I actually putting different structure on the existing one. I am not remaking the same connection as before. Since it will be like bring nothing for the city environment, it will be just as the same as it was before. Like 4-lane traffic roads through Irpin's suburb part, and I decided to remake it as boulevard to slow down the traffic. Yes. Can you precise the landscape qualities of the slope surface between the building and the riverbank? Well, actually yes, because this slope, you cannot see it. Okay. This slope, actually I made it so you have like better accessibility to the riverbank itself, and actually it shows better the mechanical hall, so we can actually connect pathways and enjoy landscape through different levels, from this level and from the more upper level. But the main reason is why I wanted to provide better living on the destroyed part of the bridge that is actually above the ground, not below the ground. And the new boulevard is very close to the memorial, but there is apparently no connection between them. How do you envision the physical interaction between these two elements? Can the emotional experience of the memorial be disturbed by the boulevard? So actually there are some connections in design as well, but the second part of the question, can the emotional experience of the memorial be disturbed by the boulevard? Well, right now this road is temporary connection to the P30 road. This question brings some contradictions because actually when you are going home through this road, you can see this memorial. You can remember it every day and you can visit every day. You can choose to go home or go to the memorial itself. But if you are visiting Kendall Hall, then it is open actually 24/7. It's not closed space, and I do not believe that it will kind of disturb emotional experience, since the location itself, it is not secluded, you know, it is like in the part of the city is a riverbank, and there is a city like here in this side. This is Memorial and City, so it is not secluded already to be like. Perhaps it even can bring some new emotional experience because it was not silent when it was happening. So yes. Thank you.
You're all gentlemen. Yes. Well, thank you very much for a very well thought out project and well presented. I think you are very mature students.
In age?
Now, I think there's one little remark before I invite other comments. I'm very impressed with what you've done. The only thing I'm wondering about, you had a question whether the boulevard will take the, if you like, reduce the emotional experience. I think that was an interesting question. I have a similar question to you. If you look at that, another one you had, stop there.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. I know this. The building you built there has got a very deep purpose. Now, is that deliberate to make a kind of matched motorway bridge? Or is it because you wanted to be like that? Or the other question is, why did you make it even a lighter roof structure to almost contrast with that? Have you got any...
Like this part like is bluish and this one is rusted concrete. It was, yes, good.
Talking about the parapet, the concrete above in a new structure.
Oh yes, so basically I want...
Why is it that deep? Because it's not necessary from a construction point of view. Was that deliberate?
Yes, it was deliberate because I wanted to feel kind of heavy a little bit because it's memorial, but I wanted to lighten this color a little bit bluish to provide some kind of lightness, you know, like the sky. So I wanted to play with the emotions as well, like while designing this structure. But yes, the concrete is to provide some heavy feeling. But yes.
You didn't consider making that roof structure lighter and thinner in order to kind of lift it in relation to what happened?
No, I actually made it on purpose. I just wanted to make it like heavy, like because war is heavy, suffering is heavy, but there's always some lightness inside of it, some opportunity like to remember. So that's why.
And okay, I think it's a very impressive project. So I don't have any questions for time, so I'll pass it on to the jury members. Who would like to voice their opinion?
Jānis?
The question regarding the place where just now I suppose the bridge is in the river. You're drawing, there is cut size, which would you like to restore as it was, let's say, done technically correctly, or it will be laid down as it is?
I would, well, this is a problem of visualization actually, and I do not know real situation or current situation of the bridge, but my purpose was to kind of like take everything that could be dangerous or like something like that and keep maximum how it is destroyed actually. But if it goes in the river and somehow provides like a dirty river or something, it kind of be cleaned, but to the necessary level, not could precisely, yes, just like a little bit cleaner.
I can say just thank you because it's really impressive proposal and very clear and clean vision of the situation, understanding of the situation, very interesting theory about that. But we do not think every day in our practices about how city changes because of such as a war. So thank you very much from your side.
Thank you.
Clear for me.
Have you been there or?
In Irpin?
Yeah.
In Irpin, no, but I have been in Ukraine, and my mom is from Ukraine, so yeah, but not in Irpin itself. So.
No, I realized that my only thought was like just generally like how does that, I don't know how it work. I just wondered like what is the main needs of the country or the city, and my first feeling was, isn't it to rush the project, you know, you are talking fast and you're maintaining the project fast. Like my only the main question was like, I mean, I know that this is important, this, but I wonder there probably are like much more urgent needs for the city, and I understand this is the kind of like a student project and everything so on. I just wonder, like, I have this feeling of rush when the situation is not still over. You know, I mean, usually the memorials happen like certain time after, you know, not in the middle of the process, and that's why that was my kind of like, that's why hard to kind of get this perception and like think about the architecture. I just wonder of this kind of, it's discussion, I don't know, I just, that was my first feeling, you know.
This proposal is more about post-war period when the urgent matters are actually addressed. Because right now this boulevard proposal, it is just a reconnecting road. Of course, this is not the matter that needs to be addressed right now in the process of war, because we never know how long it will take or will be. However, the president already decided and announced it that it will be memorial itself. That is why they are not reconnecting like the bridge part, but they're just making simple, fast connection as it is. So this will, and already there are some proposals from designers and architects in the internet, but they are just considered, they are not kind of like decided upon yet. That is why you are absolutely correct. This is not urgent matter. This is sometimes, someplace, just vision. Yes, this is not urgent matter that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. As the others said, very clear, concise, and you communicated your idea very clearly, and both the graphics are nice, your color palette, and everything that you communicate to us, I think, was clear, particularly for the jury that heard this the first time. I just want a couple other comments. I really like the symbolism and what the and even though you sort of bent and broke this cross element, so there wouldn't be this direct connection, I really like the idea that this blaze combines two things: this vertical aspect and this horizontal aspect, and it seems like a very silent way to communicate the tragedy and the loss, and even the bridge itself being sort of a sign of sacrifice to provide protection for the inhabitants. And so, to me, there's multiple layers of stuff going on here. We could just say it's a simple infrastructure element, but that infrastructure element is sort of like a lifeline that was cut off, and in this case, to protect life. And so all these ideas here really, I think, are powerful, and I think you've done a great job to communicate that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Cynthia, thank you very much. I agree with Dainis and with others that this is very full of deep thinking ideas, and I do believe that the time when you will realize it will be very soon.
Well, I have 30 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Then I have just one final comment. I think one thing you realize we're all quite impressed with what you've done, but obviously the most difficult question is what you brought up. You know, is it coming too early? Obviously, this is a design, and it makes it remind me. Don't you remember about 10 years ago we had a madman in Norway who killed 80, 90 people, young people, and then there was a competition afterwards to get a memorial. And the winner was chosen, everything done, but there were so many protests, it was stopped. And the different design came later on. Now that is reality, this is an academic level. So this is just learning from that, but I think what you've done is beautiful, and I think one thing we forgot to mention, also the way you also fit into the landscape. It's a landscape consideration as well. And I think if you look at that image, that says it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirill Husid, and the name of my project, Borodanka, is the next Phoenix, a recreation of a main square and surroundings building, innovative vision of the city after the war. First of all, before we go to the presentation, I want to say that I'm really happy that we today speak a lot about Ukraine, because it kind of really personal for me, because I'm a Ukrainian, and when I did my project I tried to be as much as objective, but the topic so personal for me. So basically the simple diagram of my project showing how the subject in a post-crisis situation tension and creates my project as a public space. On the right side you can see the key that we took from our project, because we are studying PTSD, post-traumatic stress destruction, and we studying how to deal with it and how to how to design urban space for people with a PTSD. Borodanka is urban type settlements located in the center of Ukraine in the Kyiv region. On the right smaller map you can see that Kyiv region pretty big, and now they have a plan for connection new territory. In the same time Borodanka will lose independency, but will achieve increase in population and new investments. You can see that Borodanka, located 60 kilometers from Kyiv, a little bit far, more far than Irpin and Bucha, and population is population was before February 22 close to 13,000, and total area is 65 square meters. On the right side you can see shelling map that I made to show what is current situation after large bombarding of main streets. You can see here is the current situation. I create a map and show building in this three category, categorized in three type: completely destroyed, possible to renovate it, and need visual repairs. So basically that's how it looks just after bombarding. The urban analysis. Street typology, we mark a street from main roads to pathways, and in the charts we show which type of transport and pedestrian mostly use type of streets. Also connectivity. Now hierarchy looks like cars, then public transport, and then pedestrian. Also we made map to show connectivity to railway station and to airfield, to show how big is town. The next one is building typology. So you can see that mostly is a residential sector in the city center, but also it's a lot of commercial located on the main street, and also governmental, and on the main square is our building with a mixed use. Also green and blue, we studying artificial green space and marked by different type of people that use this space, and you can see that a lot of
playgrounds and space for young, but not enough sports, green space, and space for older generation. Our particular location is the main square of Borodyanka, and we have chosen 4 main boundaries of our square. First, lack of communication between square and cultural center. The next one is inaccessible bus stop that located in the island. The third one is destroyed infrastructure and roadway that's separating our square from direct access to the lake, to the nature. We will go from boundaries by one to another, and first one is central square. So as you can see on the central square, located cultural center, and it consists of library, 2 concert hall, government administration. So it's pretty large mixed function building, and now the problem is that it's separated from a square by using leveling, like steps. On the left side you can see that all square divided by steps, and it's really hard to access to main building. What we propose is to create a slope and turn our building, turn our main square to the nature. And also here is comparing to what was before, current situation, and what we proposing. So we create this making slope, and now no stairs, and you can easily come to any spots on the square. And also we change the main stairs to to cultural center. The next one is inaccessible bus stop. So basically you can see that now the bus stop is island and creates unlogical parking spots. What we propose to connect this part to our square and use the part that we leave for bus station, for central bus station. And here you can see what is now situation and a problem with this weirdly island and the bus station that we propose to create on our space. The third one is destroying the infrastructure. With the destroying infrastructure, we will go in 2 ways. The first one, of course, we will go for memorial space, but the second one, we absolutely will go for residential sector, because people still need space, more space for living, particularly in the Borodyanka, in the city center, because this 2 big residential building was totally destroyed and need to clean up. Here is how look the memorial space and new residential sector. Also, the last one boundary is a street that's separating our square from nature. And so what we want to make a symbiosis between nature and square, and create a new space with nature and square together. And here is my master plan, where you can see all boundaries, slowing all boundaries together, and how the main square reborn from age like a phoenix and start live again. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Kirill. Kirill's reviewer was Peter Dian, and he gave positive qualities for his work. A physiological view of the post-war trauma needed to be explored, as well as, positive thing. A timely choice of topic. It feels important to start to plan post-war times, even during the war, and improve the quality of life in cities without any delay. The administrative details are also well defined, and it seems to be important as the process itself will affect the final result. The disadvantages. A physiological view of the post-war trauma needed to be explored, as well as how the architecture and urban environment will affect it. The practical and urgent environments may be crucial, but the memory aspect of the city could have been analyzed deeper. There is fundamental questions of reconstruction as it was, or tabula rasa approaches, and everything in between. Left almost untouched, expect some comments here and there. So, the positive thing of part B, a proper site analysis is visible. Yeah, and the arguments for the post-program are not developed. And now questions from reviewer. How would different architectural styles, concrete design strategies affect the psychology and urban development in a post-war town? Could you frame a concrete strategy beyond generic principles specific to the paradigm?
Yeah, to answer this question, I want to back a little bit, and as you can see already, here was these key points, and I a little bit forgot to tell about it. So basically, we use 4 principles for achieve design concrete for post-traumatic and here we achieve view controls, easy accessible and movability. As you can see, we create a sloping and we rearranging main staircase. So we create a really easy accessible now to cultural center. As you can see, we dividing space between a green and square to create on a square different kind of type of event, temporary construction. And on left side is a greenery, but the staircase is empty for a pedestrian who want to sit and enjoy the time here, because now the situation that it's kind of greenery and it's block also the view to the cultural center. And for the next boundaries is also accessibility and movability. Here we create easy accessible to bus station, same as we did on first boundaries. As you can see, now you don't need to crossing 2 roads. Go to you really easy accessible from Central Square to Central Bus Station. Same here for these boundaries. On the Memorial Park, that on the right side top, we create a glass box, glass sarcophag that in the same time as you can see also on the model, as at the same time it shows part of destroyed construction and the pattern of building, but also it protects our space, our memorial space inside with noise. But the glass frame, the glass structure give a possibility see through. So people with the PTSD really nervous when they in a closed space. So now when you on the memorial space, you can see through. And the last one in the fourth boundary is a park, and as you can see also except movability is connection. Sometimes people with the PTSD don't really want to connect with the people, so that's why we create green space that's really accessible for all type of generation or all generation. In the program it is sports, playground, also different kind of events, but also have a space for calm, have a small pergolas when you can be alone. So all our proposal is a kind of toolbox that we kind of tasting on Borodyanka space. And I think this toolbox can be also used in other spaces, but we just showing how it can be. Mostly it's a kind of toolbox. Thank you.
Now this is the third project we've seen related to the Ukrainian war.
Yeah.
Which is difficult to handle, but I think that the students here have taken on a very important challenge, if you like, and you are the third one we've seen. I find it difficult. I think you have taken on a very tall order, as it's called, because you do different piles, bus stops, and here you covered a very wide range.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to the architecture, it seems to be rather sketchy.
Yeah.
Is that a deliberate decision of yours?
Yeah, because it's kind of maybe more like a simple proposal to test a toolbox mostly. But yeah, in our project it's more urban development, and like when we slow all boundaries together, now the all big territory start working. So yeah, the architecture more like sketchy solution that we're providing, but mostly we dealing with the urban space. Yeah, thank you for comments.
May I ask you a question? Do you know Berdyanska have a master plan?
Already?
Yes.
Yeah, they have a master plan, and also I already used in my project, particularly for this space, because on this building on the left, this destroyed building is Banksy graffiti, so they want to protect this space. So
Why I'm asking you? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm asking, do you know something about the transportation system for future? For example, for the road around the small city, or this main road will stay, will stay for a long time.
Yeah, this main road was.
This main road will disturb this plaza, this space, public space. It goes
yeah.
all the time. The traffic.
We have the same feelings, and firstly we want to close it, but as you can see here, yeah, so future plans to connect to Kiev, Borodyanka, and it's so possible that a lot of things will change in the city, of course, when it will become part of a Kiev. But when we made urban analysis of using streets, we defined that main streets is cannot close it. Now, in this particular situation, we cannot close it, and because it will disturb the traffic. So what we did, we close one street and create other connectivity to the street, but these main roads will stay. We use a kind of protection from noise pollution from a car. We use this greenery, as you can see here, and like a temporary solution, it can work, but when it become a part of a Kiev, a lot of things will change, and maybe the main roads will also change.
There is no master plan at the moment.
No master plan yet.
You don't know what will be.
Just a master plan for small pieces of like reconstruction. Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking because Memorial is on the other side of the main street. These cars are going at least 50 kilometers per hour.
Yeah. Only what we can is limited speed on this particular space.
What is the speed at the moment?
I think it's 50.
50.
Like speed on a city. Yeah, city speed.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe just first of all, thank you for a very clear and good analysis about what to do. Just one very local question.
Yeah.
This House of Culture,
Yeah.
the main facade is towards the square. Now you are turning the street on the other side of, well, it'd be like a street just to cross that area, not to go through the square. Of course,
Yeah,
I understand
like
that's really good.
Yeah.
But do you just your suggestions? Do
Yeah.
you need some approvals also for the that House of Culture to improve some back facades nowadays, back facades or something like that? Will there be some additions to this building also?
Yeah.
Because as I understand now there is nothing
No,
in the backyard.
That's super good question because we have also idea to make a new construction here because to extend cultural center because it's already library, central library, 2 concert halls, governmental administration, so it's quite mixed use, and we want to do it, but we dealing more with the urban space, so we leave cultural center as it looks now, with visual repairs, of course, but mostly we dealing with the stairs, all surroundings, bus station, but of course in the future, like a plan, it absolutely should be extended and contain a new function for cultural center, of course, yeah.
Yes, one more.
Yeah.
I see you lower this scale of these new buildings. 3 new buildings are much more lower than the existing.
Yeah.
Remaining. Do you have any idea of changing the scale?
Of course. Because here was particularly the same size building here. Now destroyed, and we put a new residential sector. Here is already context. But what we proposing? First of all, we made a block M, then we made the block S to make the same pattern with this small residential building. And on here, when we will extend and create more and more and more, and the city will grow, we will propose L plus M scale building. So of course it will grow, and I think absolutely the main square also will grow. And if the master plan will be main road somewhere under here, so it will possibility to connect square to this residential block, and create like one big plaza on a city, and it will be absolutely organically to the city. But now we're dealing with what we have now. Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to ask about this toolbox that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Because I think this could be a very interesting
Yeah.
and like kind of systematic approach to reconstruction and so on. Because it's the thing is happening, the war is happening not just here, but in the whole country, and this could be kind of as a way of, not looking at each situation separately, because the solutions have to be done fast, but could be some kind of like more systemized approach, But that was the thing that I kind of, you mentioned this toolbox, but I felt that you are still dealing with very particular situation, with this particular bus stop, with this particular park, with this. And I wonder what is the toolbox, because I didn't kind of understand.
The toolbox for achieving space for people with a PTSD, and to create accessible space. Space with movability, space with view control, and noise protection. And the last one is create a space with the possibility for people with a PTSD to do not contact always with the people, because sometimes they want to be alone, and sometimes they want to hide in a small kind of structure. So maybe small structure like a kind of solution to achieve urban space for people with a PTSD. Yeah.
I just had one question. And there's so many things here that you're trying to tackle, but I was just wondering, you mentioned the idea of post-traumatic syndrome, people that have suffered this, and in what way do you think this square can provide healing, or what have you done in your design that could actually promote that? And the question is, can an architecture or an urban space provide healing to this PTS type of syndrome condition? And can it or can it not, or does this prove that it can, or does it prove that it cannot, or is it something that it's an attempt, but it's not necessarily possible? So that's my question.
Absolutely can. Because in all books they start from a phrase that first of all, what's the best in urban space for people with post-traumatic stress distraction is green space. Green space and house. So you can create just a green space like here, in which we achieve different kind of these tools especially for PTSD, people with the PTSD. So they will feel themselves comfortable and will go to the space, and just to connecting with nature, they somehow will healing. So yeah, absolutely, the urban space is healing people with the PTSD. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for. I started by saying I thought you've taken a very tall order, and I wish you had seen all architectural sketches. But I'm very impressed with your research.
Thank you.
Knowledge about the place and how you really put it into place. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My name is Anna Greisele, and I will tell you about my bachelor thesis work, Place Where Youth Meet Wise. The aim of the work was to analyze which spatial design techniques could be used to promote mutual communication in public outdoor space and in buildings, specifically in context of a small town in Latvia, in this case Smiltene. Contact with others is one of our basic needs. As different as people and their characters are, as different is the people's need for communication. And the research part investigates some of the barriers that affect, as well as concepts that promote communication. The aim of this bachelor thesis research is to define them locally. As we know, the problems can be defined both globally and locally, and this research part is about local scale. For each of the generation, the expression of communication is different from the others. According to the age stage, there are other interests, a different rhythm of life. The same applies to choosing a place where to communicate. The main task is how the youth and the wise form a harmonious relationship focused on mutual communication. With the help of analyze, mapping and case study, I explore what communication promoting spatial design techniques and concepts could promote communication in Smiltene and elsewhere in Latvia. As outdoor space, case study was chosen Ruija and House of Culture. And here you can see different other case studies too, like Ogres Centrālā Library and some water play elements that I have used in my project. As indoor space, case study was chosen the Central Library of Ogre. The selected territory is located in the northeastern part of Latvia, in Smiltene district. The territory is surrounded from the east by the old park, from the west by the new park, to the south is the city center, and to the north is the historical territory Kalnamuiža with Smiltenes Technical School. And the selected area is located 300 meters away from the city center. In 5-10 minute walk you can get from the territory to almost every place in the center area. And in this map you can see that, for example, city libraries are located in different buildings, and to get from the adult library to the children library, for example, you need to cross one of the main roads in the city. Little bit about history. At the beginning of the 20th century, Jaunzems Middle Mill was located in the territory. Around 1960s, the buildings were built for need of metal processing factory. Since 1993, the territory is only partly managed as a result of most of the buildings which was built in the 70s are in critical condition. In the context of surrounding environment, the territory acts as an important addition as the main missing component that ties everything together. In the area, pedestrians are the main ones. The greenery of the area was chosen with the aim of creating a harmony with the surrounding nature, and with a couple of decorative elements, such as, for example, here you can see decorative apple trees in the square reaction center area, are placed in accent are placed there to create an opportunity to hide from sun when it's necessary. And with the red one is located all the buildings which is planned to be demolished. This building is planned to restore the facade of them. And if municipality need, then it can be used for some other purposes. And as for the design building, only the path of the building, this part is going to be preserved. The indoor and outdoor functions were chosen based on the city analysis and the municipal population questionnaire. As for the outdoor space, the main goal was to make the area accessible to all of the groups of society. First of all, safety, cleaning and lighting the area, exploration for children, for adults and youngsters, public space that can house different type of activities, bringing natural element like greenery into public space, connecting of the inner yard and the street. And as for the indoor space, the key principles were proportional distribution and layout of the necessary functions, taking into account the needs of and wishes of the city residents, ensuring the availability of the environment, selection of natural materials, and application of elements that promote communication, such as cozy interior, comfortable reading areas, children's reading room and play area. For the indoor functions, the main idea was to divide building into two parts, and that both volumes can live their own lives independent from each other. The same depends on the three chosen functions which city needs: its library, cafe and multifunctional space. When thinking about the concept, the main role was played by the user of the building, so that it's easier to get from point A to point B through outdoor and through indoor. The south part of the building is in first floor is used by the library entrance and gallery, open type gallery, which can be used, for example, to use like exhibition place. North part of the building is in the north part of the building is located a cafeteria and a multifunctional space. At the first floor it's the main part of the first floor is for the adult library, and the smallest part is for the multifunctional space, which can be divided into two parts if it's necessary. At the second floor, there is located the children's library with a reading and play area. And finishing materials, in accordance with the recent tendency of people to be closer to nature, the concepts used in the interior are brought closer to nature, making it more ecological and friendlier, both in the environment and for the society. More specifically, the chosen materials, both indoor and outdoor, were chosen more natural, avoiding the feeling of concrete jungle as much as possible. The application of color, textures and shapes can transform the visual aspect of a structure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The reviewers of Sarma and was Jānis Lejnieks, and he gave positive qualities for his work. The originality of the topic is relevant and determined. The topic is relevant need to find out the right new function of this valuable building in Smiltene. Disadvantages. The topic is a place where youth needs advice, but the average age of the respondents is 54 years. And the positive qualities from the design part, the originality of the topic is relevant and determined. But the disadvantages is there is planned to install solar collectors and panels on the roof of the building, which would provide warm water in the building and indoor lighting. In the visuals, they are not shown.
Yeah. Thank you.
Questions from our viewer?
Questions? Yeah. First question was, you have the cleaning of the area to make the territory safer. Is the space along the water designed without barriers enough safe space of communication for residents, especially with small children? Yes. The able section from the locks over here to the bridge in the western part over here of the territory is planned to be improved by raising the bed level of the existing concrete ditch, divided the bed into levels, and rebuilding the sloping walls of the concrete ditch in order to ensure safe access to water. The level difference between these elements and water is about maximum 20 centimeters. At this point, when it is not safe in there, the water level in here is like 30 centimeters, and the section is about 1 meter wide. I am planning to make that distance to about 2.5 to 3 meters. So, and putting it on about 1 meter. Yeah. So it's gonna be safe. Second question, you have planned that with minimal improvement, the building can be used for holding various events or exhibitions. At the discretion of the municipality, it can be divided into several parts and rented out to micro enterprises. The newly constructed planned wooden structure looks as the maximal improvement of the building. How you can explain this contribution? Yes, it is maximal improvement, but that specific sentence would address to the silicate brick building in the northwest part of the territory, and not for the design one. I wasn't clear enough in the booklet, so yeah, I'm sorry for misunderstanding. Thank you.
If you made a cross section of this apple, then I have no questions.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
You say that in youth we learn, in age we understand. I think we've come a long way towards understanding. I think it's interesting project because you combine interior design, architecture, and landscape. You seem to cover all that. That's just the first impression, but I'll leave it to the other members of the jury to comment on the design.
I could ask, so I just wonder, for this neighboring building, so you are not doing anything in that one, no?
No, it's up to municipality. If they want, they can rent it, they can put there some exhibitions. Only what I suggest is to clean the bricks, to paint them and to change the windows so it looks nicer and doesn't scare people away.
Because it's a nice kind of yard, you know. I think the landscape is in kind of like high level and it looks like very functional. There are things to do in this yard. Then I wonder, like, because there are these two buildings next to each other, that it could be stronger to propose there something too. And there was even like a competition.
Yeah, there was, and the city asked for different functions in each of the building. But in my mind, the first thing what city needs is a library, and that they are telling themselves. So if putting one building and cleaning the area around it and making people want to go there and use it, it could promote an opportunity for the city to think other functions that maybe is missing in there. Not rush everything away.
But generally, it's like visual attractive project. I would say, but then the main criticism is that this, for me, would be that you have this very nice envelope that is also giving some kind of image identity to the building, and that's the strong point of it. But then, well, how about like the functionality of this envelope? You know, because it looks like it's not kind of load bearing. It's not. Also, this slope, you know, there was a potential to use it, but you did not to use it because, you know, so it's still, there are boxes that you are surrounding with this envelope, but then when we see interior, we see these steps, you know, you could have used this slope, and then so the facade would also respond to what's happening inside. Like, since there is no this cross-section, then it's hard to find the place where exactly is this, where are these steps, but, you know, then if you would have placed them where you have this slope in facade and then some stairs there, then it would be like kind of perfectly matching to also these interior images, and then there would be...
In the last board, there is a section. I'm sorry I didn't put it in the presentation.
I don't see it, but it's then... Anyway, from that I understand as well, it's not in this slope where you have facade, right?
Yeah.
But that would make this project strong, and there would be no questions about like this outside shape that is actually not responding at all to the inside.
Okay, thank you.
That are going on.
Any other comments?
Well, thank you very much for very, very interesting and very good proposal for Smilton, and in my opinion it's very clear and good job because it's very good in every detail, I mean in every scale, in both in details like in architectural details from outside or inside and also from landscape. Only one question about the Apples River. I don't know how it is, I mean the flow of Apples. You said you are raising the bed of the river. Doesn't it influence somehow all the river all along that, or
no, it doesn't.
Is that fine, or is that it can be done, or
it can be done.
Okay.
Here is the existing situation.
And further, then
further is like Strout.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's the upper part, and then it goes down. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
I just had a comment. Yeah, I like the. I think this is the proposal sort of creates a place. So rather than just being a library building somewhere in the city, the building is nestled and helps define a new space for things to happen there. And I think the connection with the water in the landscape proposal also is nice. It's not just something that you look at, but you can just imagine the kids would want to walk on those different pavement pieces within the stream and cross over, and so it would be a place where, you know, children wouldn't want to go with their parents, and so there'd be multiple tasks. And perhaps this other building could somehow serve that plaza. Perhaps those are doors that open up in the summertime, and there's a cafe or something, you know, so, to help foster further activity.
Yes, that's an opportunity.
Yeah, so that's. Now, also agree with Didzis' comment. I think to avoid having decorative structures, then they should in some way then at least respond to what's happening on the inside. Yeah, so that they're communicating. So I think that's something to think about when you're thinking about the facades. If at all possible, the facade in the building volume starts from understanding what's inside and expressing that on the outside. So, but other than that, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Hello everyone one more time. My name is Roman Skonikhov. I'm a fourth-year student at the Faculty of Architecture and Design, and today I'm going to present my project entitled Development of Post-Soviet District Zolitude, Exploring Interactions Between Urban Space and Community Center. The actual subject of research is the influence of architecture on a human. Properly created architecture that takes into account the needs of modern human and the latest trends in design using sustainable materials has a great impact on human energy resources. That includes productivity, attitude, society, and many other factors. The organization of public places is one of the most difficult areas in design, since in this case, it is important to take into account different segments of the population, age groups, the needs of people visiting the place, and others. In Latvia, attention is often paid to the central regions, while in the sleeping areas there are no beautiful areas with actual points for work and leisure. The relationship of three bases involved: square, urban planning, and community center. There are two relevant examples to this topic. First is the community center, which you can see on the left photo, Altheinsen in Germany. The main advantage of the projects are inside created an open plaza with a tiny shed around the perimeter. All inner space is light and open. Next project on the right side, the next slide, is located in Germany. Visitor center, trade union school Bernau. So the advantages: integrated into the landscape of the pine forest, the structure performs its roles of offering a warm welcome and smooth flow of rooms. The huge showroom, which spans the whole length of the structure, can be partitioned completely freely, and the roof construction appears to hover above. The project area is located in Latvia, in the Riga city, in Zolitude, 9 kilometers from the old Riga city. At the moment, there are few actual facilities in Zolitude. There are no public spaces for work, and areas for recreation are not developed. The region is divided into 4 parts. The first one, Zolitude, Zolitude 2, Zolitude 3 is below, and on the right bottom side, Zolitude 4. Sleeping districts are also divided into 4 parts. In this regard, a green empty area, green belt as we call it, between the sleeping districts is being determined, on which at the moment there is only parking and temporary attractions that have not changed their style for many years. Then an empty area is identified, not inhabited by trees, where public space could be potentially organized for residents of the area. It has 9,600 square meters and pedestrian bicycle roads frequently used by residents of the region. At the moment, the territory looks empty, as you can see. There is no traffic for bicycles and pedestrian space. Problems of the district: uncomfortable post-Soviet district urban planning, divisions altered by 2 parts organized around educational facilities based on language principles, lack of space in the neighborhood for public and private functions, lack of neutral space which won't have any association with the past and would be at the neutral territory. Purpose and aim of the research: improve living conditions in the neighborhood, attract inhabitants to be more active in social life and in society, increase the level of education, especially basic standards of living, raise a patriotic spirit, and engage social minorities to join the majority in cultural life. Research questions: how to unite people of different age groups in one public space, how to fit modern solutions for public spaces into the context of panel buildings, how to create convenient logistics for pedestrians, cars, bicycles, along with attractive architecture and landscape of the site. It is possible to change the overall look and feel of a region at the expense of an area that stands out for its advantages. What principles should guide the creation of public space on a long-time empty site among residential Soviet buildings? Project development is based on urban and architectural design for the both organization of urban environment and building needed facilities organization. Potential projected territory: it has a 9,620 square meters and pedestrian bicycles road on it. The future building on the proposed territory combines cultural events, co-working space, and belonging facilities. Building should be adopted into context of territory, shape, and existing roads. building adaptation with division between exhibition hall and other facilities, creation of courtyard, roof in the view of glazed roof with a circle opening in the middle, roof covering above pedestrian pathways, proposed green area behind the building, diagram of circulation through territory where the cars, roads are shown, existing and new pedestrian and bicycles. The view of harmoniously combined facilities and landscape in the whole project. The sun is located in front of the building. Prevailing wind is from the north. The building is located between the two sides of the road, a car road, has pedestrian traffic inside and around the building, as well as a new bicycle road. The roof consists of concrete slab and glazing. Inside glazing is a metal frame mounted, the edges of which lie on the wall structure, as well as a concrete slab. The glazed facade has an orange tint. Private areas has dense envelope. Base columns and patrician walls are from concrete. The master plan. It is necessary to create conditions for different interests. People should feel free, going about their own things, while at the same time being in society. In this case, people can get acquainted with different generations, share knowledge, or simply visit the territory freely. It is necessary to take into account the shape of the building in the context. Materials show similar options, but in a modern way. An important role is also played by the context of nature, which should be organized in a similar way. It is necessary to organize a walkway through a public place. It is especially important to make some areas covered based on whatever conditions. It's also important to separate pedestrians, bicycles, car roads. Perhaps when creating favorable conditions and necessary missing facilities on the territory, a winning location in an area defines a region, creates an association, and encourages people to come to that location more often, thereby boosting the population and creating a different level of society. Such a place should not create a lot of noise in too active areas. It is important to take into account the missing facilities. Apologize. We'll come back because I just ran through, but the sections of the facility. The different materials, as you could see, the orange glaze wall, the concrete, the bicycle covering, which actually are covered with the timber, and the variable landscape with the different benches and greenery around. The final visualizations. So here we're slightly coming to answers to research questions.
The reviewer of Roman's work was Jānis, and she summarized some positive qualities. The structure of the thesis and the clarity of research outline is comprehensible, logical, and very clear. The theoretical part of the thesis is well connected with the practical part when analyzing and offering a solution for the selected territory. All the findings made in the conclusions were applied. Some disadvantages. As one of the set goals was the analysis of the case studies. Some of the chosen examples were out of scale, and an existing post-Soviet neighborhood community center analysis would have made a great contribution. The positive thing from practical part. The quality and extent of the design brief and building program are highly relevant to the topic. Part B of the work, labs understanding and presentation of the construction construction technologies and sustainable principles used and applied in the project. And now you can answer to the research questions.
Okay, I won't read the question. Yeah, I will just read an answer.
You can read them.
Okay. So the first one going to be how to unite people of different age groups in one public space. It is necessary to create conditions for different interests. People should feel free going about their own things, while at the same time being in society. In this case, people can get acquainted with different generations, share knowledge, or simply visit the territory freely. The second one, how to fit modern solutions for public spaces into the context of panel buildings. And the answer is, it is necessary to take into account the shape of the building in the context. Materials show similar options, but in a modern way. An important role is also played by the context of nature, which should be organized in a similar way. The third one, how to create convenient logistics for pedestrians, cars, bicycles, along with attractive architecture and landscaping of the site. It is necessary to organize a walkway through a public place. It is especially important to make some areas covered based on weather conditions. It is also important to separate pedestrians, bicycles, and motorways. The fourth one is it possible to change the overall look and feel of a region at the expense of an area that stands out for its advantages? Perhaps when creating favorable conditions and the necessary missing facilities on the territory, a winning location in an area defines a region, creates an association and encourages people to come to that location more often, thereby boosting the population and creating a different level of society. The last one is going to be what principles should guide the creation of a public space on a long-time empty site among residential Soviet buildings. Such a place should not create a lot of noise and too active areas. It is important to take into account the missing facilities and organize a quiet area for work recreation, so as not to disturb the usual rhythm of life of the residents of this area. And the reviewer's question?
This is a reviewer's question,
Yeah. I also will read. Yeah. So for the first one, for the theoretical part, was what ecological sustainability and energy efficiency solutions, which are mentioned in theoretical part, are integrated into building design. At the moment, concrete is widely used in the design of modern architecture as a material suitable for various structure. Three-chamber double-glazed windows are also used to keep the heat in the room. In the future, solar panels on the roof can be used for the building due to the large amount of sun on the territory, as well as wind generators based on the wind side from the railway. And the second one, please explain what principles or functions used in the design of the community center encourage people of different groups of communications. In the building, there is an opportunity to hold lectures of different variations where people of different age groups can be involved. The co-working space is also organized in such a way that people can work at their desk while others work nearby. Exhibitions can be both temporary and permanent, where they can also be attracted by different generations based on interests. The territory has been created quite calm and safe, which is why people with children, the elderly, the people with the disabilities and young people will feel comfortable visiting this place, finding new connections and just having a good time. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very impressive in many ways. The only first comment, you had such a lot of important things to tell us.
Yes.
And on the screen, but you did it so quickly, it was difficult to follow. Next time, slow down.
Okay.
Because you got so much information that you just went past us. But apart from that, I think you've done some very nice drawings. I think it's a very competent scheme. But just a simple question before what other members of the jury. The whole exercise about exploring interaction between urban space and community center. If you look at your nice drawing at the top left on the side, you see the community center, you see the urban space outside. And you've been asked to also answer the second question, how can you have to encourage people, different groups to communicate? Now, so your solution is that you have a nice big new building and you've got a big open square in the middle. I can understand that one. how you can kind of communicate across that. But when you look at the transition between the building and the outdoor space, the big outdoor space, it's been like a big mouse wall. Is that the only way of doing it? If you want to integrate other people, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying, you know, did you explore other ways of really opening up and in fact answer your own question, which is to explore the interaction between urban space and community center?
Yes.
And if you understand the community center, it means the building, not the surrounding. It's the center of the community. Maybe you can explain that.
Yes. The initial idea and the target was to design something through this main road, which you can see, here. Because right now it's totally empty field and just the roads which united two districts. So first, the initial idea was just simply to build the two facilities. But then, as I was researching how to create a community, I was reading a book a lot about information was mentioned about the plaza. Yes, it was about the Spanish plaza, the South American. So I decided to open and to create a plaza, the square, the perfect square, and around the other facility, the other blocks. And then as well I realized that each block symbolized each part of Zolitude, because as I mentioned it's divided on the 4 sections, so each block has a kind of meaning and the story for this division. And yeah, I had the various plannings and this is just the final one.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? Questions, comments?
Jānis, Lejnieks. Yep.
Thank you very much for a very clear vision of what to do in such empty spaces, you know, which are nowadays in every district, new districts in Riga. Thank you. Just a very simple, maybe, or maybe very difficult question. Why orange? Now, it looks beautiful, but is there any meaning of that, or still it's just a color?
We were thinking about double glazed facade and just to have an opportunity to play with the light slightly. And it has to be a little bit darker, more to the brown. Yeah, but it could be different colors, not only orange. You will.
It was a shape, it's a regular square, but the side is a bit trapezoidal. You have idea that you should precise regular shape and not to follow up the side shape.
Yes, that's a very good question, and we also first of all planned to make it straight, parallel to this one road, but because of the existing roads which already is the pedestrian one, and because of the bus stop which is located nearby, and also the traffic, we decided to create a hill in the park. We had to move it slightly on the degree. Plus, it creates a more interesting and breaking up the whole urban planning around.
Yeah, just a quick question. Yeah, it's you know that you were mentioning like if the topic is about this communication between society and so on. So yeah, the plaza, maybe if you were researching of like Spanish, you said, or Italian plaza, that's, you know, it's a bit different mentality. It's a little bit different weather conditions, you know. I mean, for us to spend time outside is not so many days for a year. That's why, for example, continuing Ola's comment, I mean, it could have been something in the planning as well, you know, because now actually each function almost has a separated entrance. Again, like in Spain, could be without a kind of protection against, like, I open the door and I'm in the middle of a big hall, you know, there is like weather conditions, and there's, I mean, you have to put somewhere the closes. I mean, this mixture could have been much more interesting if it's, of course, there's a plaza in a good period of year, in the same period of year, but then like how to mix them through the planning, you know, that they share some spaces other than just than plaza, you know, that could have been a kind of more upgraded version of this. That's my comment. And then this orange color, you know, that it's inside there is also going to be orange light, and you towards outside you will be looking as you have orange sunglasses. Like, for example, the great amber. If you heard the Lejnieks and the concert hall, actually their architect had in mind that he wanted to have it like you see this orange building, but inside they initially wanted to put some green or some other panels, and then it would kind of make the light inside normal, But they didn't put those, and then they lost the money or whatever. Now it's like everybody is in this orange environment that it's not actually very pleasant if you are like spending there a lot of time, and there are some activities that are there to make so it's gonna be orange, It's like, I mean, if you will be presenting your panels in your building, they're gonna look orange. So that's true.
Can I comment?
Sure, yes.
Yes. I specifically were pushing to design something to move people outside the building and to have a small walk. Plus, take into account our climate. But we have a global warming. That's just a slightly. But you always can went outside the building and you have a shed, so you could walk around, and you always have a rooftop where you will be covered. And the distances are really small. So actually, you are even able not to wear a warm clothes to join the other building. And all the facilities and functions are combined this way that you actually don't have a need to go outside and to come in.
Just to add to what Didzis was saying, for the model, I think the orange is great to demonstrate that there's these two things going on the outside, the skin, and what's on the inside. But what could be something to consider is that if you put color on your inside walls and keep your glass clear, then you can get the effect of those colors, but you're actually you're making the building even more transparent. Because then you're looking past the glass onto the colored wall. And so you may want to, when you're doing something like this experiment with versions, what happens when my glass is clear, what happens when I paint my walls and my glass is clear, what happens, and then in your rendering, the glass sort of has like this sort of like selective bronze, sort of reflective, maybe 10% reflective bronze. That's another way of doing it, where you see through it, but there's a tint of, a hue of reflectivity that gives the color, but it's not so domineering. And then the other comment, I think your plan in having the open corners and allowing pedestrians to wander into the square rather than being closed only is really good. And perhaps the thing that I'm missing is that, and maybe this is cliche, but I still think this place needs a cafe, so that you have all these functions, people after those seminars, people after those lectures, they want a place to like chill afterwards, get a coffee, and if on a nice sunny day, this would be a really pleasant place to hang out, and maybe think about the inner circle being 1/3 another layer. And maybe in the wintertime, you can close off with glass panels, the circle becomes a winter garden, and you can sit around the circle on the other side of the glass, So you can look at this not just in 2 layers, but 3 or 4 layers, and transform it. But it's the plan and the way you presented it, it's very clear partie, the layout is clear, in plan it's very sort of like classical, but the extrusion is a sort of a modern presentation, so thank you.
Thank you. A comment about the cafe. There is a cafe.
Oh, there is. Okay, good.
There is.
Then you solve my problem.
Yeah, and there is also a library in the main hall, which is open. Perfect. You could read the magazine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you for this proposal. It's very, let's say, modern and simply and minimalistic and very nice. I like it very much. I just want to ask you just one question. Are you familiar with contemporary city plan? And do you know why this wide space here is created? What the reason is?
The wind? No.
This
green
wide space between the two solitudes.
Not exactly.
No. Yes, that's pity, because one day you will destroy this one, because this is for space for tunnel under the railway which connects two regions, Imanta and Zol.
Yes, yes.
You know that?
I know that, yeah.
Nevertheless, you built here the building. But design the building, but doesn't matter. Probably would go like
Yeah, no, I know that, and I even saw the map of the Rail Baltica, of the proposal one, but I haven't seen exactly on that piece of land plot. Okay.
It's not on that. It's not touching.
It haven't been there, but maybe on another map which I haven't seen, it's there.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The project is nice, very good.
Thank you.
Very much.
Any other comments? No? I think also, to summing up, I think it's a very good project. There is just a little question towards the end. You chose the larger scale of your model than some of the other ones we've seen. You've received some comments on the orange colour. I won't bring that up again. But I wonder, you also create a lot of interesting shapes outside on the plaza, but they didn't come into the model. Did you run out of time? Or?
Yes, time consuming.
That's the honest answer.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Very good project.
Thank you very much for comments. Thank you.
Andris, Andreas, Andrea. But I'm Andris, yes. I'm very happy to present, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you. I will present my thesis, which is part A is called Review of Circular Digital Innovations for the Design of Automated Materials Recovery Facility in Riga. It's a short, quite long. And the part B is called Dark Factory. So my thesis is rubbish, is trash problem solving project. I'm exploring the innovative approach to dealing with the wastes. And focusing on materials recovery facilities. So the Riga is running out of space in landfill, and this brings a need to look at the waste problem from the different angles. Also, as a part of circular economy, EU Circular Economy Action Plan, the landfill rates are set for each country. And despite Latvia is doing really good, decreasing the landfill rate, we still have to do some work to meet the target. So, in research, in part A, the work is split into 3 parts. The first chapter is dedicated to innovation in handling the wastes. Also justify the needs of such facility in Riga. The second chapter is dedicated to digital innovations in architecture, researching the robots, 3D printing, and the way to design in a new way using the digital algorithm, as well as exploring the concept of architecture without people. The third chapter looks at the case studies, which were reviewed and analyzed based on criteria of circularity principles, implementation of robotics, of 3D printing, and as well as generative designs. So the recommendations were developed for the design of the project itself. The dark factor is a nickname for the process, which has the level of automation high enough that it's doesn't need a human, it requires the absence of humans to operate it efficiently. It works in a so-called black box model, where the input is a waste and the output is the material. Material recovery facility, it may be called as a technology, it separates the waste based on the physical properties of such waste, implementing different separation methods. The most innovative projects include capability of receiving the hazardous waste, which we don't have in recycling program in Riga now. Also, it's introducing the resource sharing, and maybe most significant, not the most significant, but the final one I find friendly, is that it allows the visitors. Typically, the waste management facilities are very unattractive and not welcoming the visitors. Another important aspect of designing such projects is taking the circulation of waste, the production circulation into consideration while designing such spaces. According to legislation, such waste management facilities in Riga can be built only in industrial zones, and which are in deficit in Riga. According to a new development plan, the major expansion of such industrial zones are expected to be in spillway in an area. This is the diagram of emerging zones, which are highlighted in green, and the red ones, the industrial zones, to be disappeared. The purples stays the same. So, yes, spillway, the future industrial zone of Riga, located in the north part, and this is just a huge territory. It's almost 200 hectares of empty fields in a high risk flood zone. The context for the place is typically industrial, It's surrounded by industrial factories. Also, the connection to the seaport terminal is introduced, the train line, and the future plans is the highway, which is called Pie Krastas Magis Terale, to be planned there. So, yeah, the plot itself is segregated by the so-called drainage channels. The context of this brings the flood risk, and also the new motorway is providing the access to the west part of the plot. The drainage channels, they have to be kept. There is no certain strict legislation, but when the permit for the train station was approved, bold the right too, the government of Riga forbidden to touch the drainage channels, as there is no research in place how this will affect the flood risk in the neighboring areas. So potentially blocking the channels could bring even more risk, and you see that on a map the flood risk zones in the area. So how do we put this gigafactory, waste processing gigafactory program in industrial zone, which is quite challenging? The program is being transformed, divided, and also branched to fit in available space. The circulation of the waste flows and the products is taken into consideration to form the basic shapes of the building. Forming the shapes, and as well as the typologies for robots are introduced. So since we're using the robotic automation to deal with our waste, it should be affected in the space as well. So how do we build for robots? This is also in the research. It might be called as post-Anthropocene machine landscape or robotic typologies. The architects are used to human scale, which was a dominant factor designing buildings since we know it. Now every era has its building. It was a churches, it was museums, train station, or airports. Now the most significant buildings are completely empty of people. The data centers where we store our digital avatars, the logistics centers which are automated, the seaports, and now the places to deal with the waste. Such spaces in this project are optimized according to robot reach, according to production flow, so-called conveyor lines. And in order to do this, implementing the circular economy principles, the material saving approach is also implemented. Two types of algorithm are used to create the complex form. The first one is a minimal surface with the purpose to reduce the amount of material used. The second one is the green one. It's called again, it's nickname. We don't even have a proper names for this yet. It's a generative design. This is basically a growth simulation of material into direction of the forces. Yeah, so this gives a project and to change the direction into provocation. This is a conceptual exploration of this difference. Yes. Between the human typologies and robotic typologies to highlight this provocation. The red is robotic typology, the green one is for humans. Yeah, the project itself is split by one of the drainage lane, and also it reserved the space for the solar panel generation park, which was announced in December. This place would create the energy for the Riga. The car parking visitors is on the north, welcoming the visitors to come and enjoy the facility, to see the technology and the process behind this. So basically this is how the processing line looks like. implementing the machine vision, robotic sorting, tipping of the waste, and further processing, where the people could basically come and see the things happening. The spaces itself, it's represent different aspects. On the right, it's called the streamline. This is where the people could come and see this endless stream of waste being fed into this system, into the machine. The purpose of this is to create this the space where the people could raise their environmental awareness, maybe think about their behavior and consumption habits, or maybe it should have an educational function as well. And on the left, of course, since witnessing the machine, the robotic articulation, working each other, it's almost a meditative experience, truly hypnotizing, which is also can help the people to learn about the technologies and the digital innovation in the industry. Yeah, so the design is focused to create this contrast between typologies, and talking about the character of this, the project is decided to be designed the decision to make it friendly and welcoming. So this doesn't look too alienated. Yes, we are moving into a world of where we basically might have two worlds: the world of machine and the world of humans, and there is no need to separate these two worlds. We may look at the ways to see what the points of contact of these two worlds and how the people can come and see the life process in action. Thank you for your attention. I have, thank you for reviewers' questions. I enjoyed them a lot. Basically, it's worth another. If you want, I can read it, Anna. Yeah?
I want to say that the reviewers of Andris' Bachelor thesis was Rudolfs and Šmits. The positive qualities of your work. The thesis is well written. The topic is very relevant with regards to architecture's identity, its functional purpose, and aesthetic proposed automation. The student has demonstrated deep interest in attitude in researching and communicating the topic. Very innovative, creative, and speculative design proposal which presents a very relevant discourse for architects. The project presents a necessary and successful response to digitalization, artificial intelligence, and automation demands. The disadvantages. The purpose of design requires further design development. Looking forward to further development and detailing of an architecture that responds to program and investigate ideas. Now you can answer to review the question.
The first question for the part A is time permitting, in which related topic would the student direct further research? Starting the project, the main goal was to investigate whether robots are intersecting within architecture and the design itself. So I took a decision to look into this 3D printing and additive manufacturing, which is highly connected to the concept of continuity. The 3D printing is continuous process, and it's visible in shapes and forms if it's implemented. But the other way is the robots are used to assemble things. This is what the concept is called. It's a young concept. It's called discrete architecture. This is where the robots are assembling the structures from small parts. And this is like a two different ways, but this is interesting to investigate. Yes, even the continuity is just a lot of small discrete particles. So it would be interesting to see the both ways and where do they meet. At which point the discrete is becoming a continuous. This would be interesting in architectural way. The other is maybe what might be called the self-assembly, around the replication system. We are almost living in the age where the machines are building space for machines and even designed by machines. So the things we've been reading not so long ago in a book, which philosophical, scientific papers, they're true now. Yes, so the self-replication tests are being conducted, and it's interesting to see if it can happen in life. The second question, in your opinion, to what degree is intelligent design author threatened by artificial intelligence? There is no short answer to this, yes, but if I take it short, no threat. To conclude, especially the context of the auditorium, of the people who I'm presenting, there is a website which is called "Will the Robot Take My Jobs?" It's a big rating of occupations, of jobs which will be replaced by automation. They take into consideration different factors. The architectural professor, the architectural tutor is like one of the most perspective. It will be at least automated, at least in foreseeable future. But going into philosophy of this, yes, we would need, like, I don't know, it could take a night, because simply, I know we are not supposed to say we don't know, yeah, but this is exactly the right time to say we don't know yet. Robotics is critical, successful to manufacturing. What limitation do you see to bring this technology to untamed construction sites? If to be grounded, if the project which we researched maybe, okay, lack of engineers, this is not architectural, difficult to certify. The problem is that now the robots, they are actually 3D printing the big buildings. The projects are happening all over the world. The problem is permits. We know how to build with panels, with concrete, certifying the building constructed by robots are done only by experimentation. Secondly, if we go outside of 3D printing, if we look in classical building, for example, the script where the building is assembled from the part, we got into a problem of complexity. This is maybe we also will touch at the next question. Basically, the building, the modern building, is a very complex structure. It implements a lot of small parts, and putting them together for the construction is quite challenging. Part B. Robotics, automation, and artificial intelligence will continue to impact society and the environment we live in. In your opinion, how can the discipline of architecture avoid a particular computer-generated aesthetic of form? I can barely understand those. Can I read it? I would answer this in the context of freedom of form. I use this concept when I was doing research, both the 3D printing and both the new design algorithm. They tell architectural freedom is the benefit, the freedom of form, and it really sounds interesting. But when we start to think about the freedom, yes, what is the freedom? It's in essence, and why it's not free? Who do we free from form? From who? From the technology? Or maybe we're freeing it from the biases of a designer? We don't know. This is also very fresh, and this is subject to new researches. Yes, but thinking of what is limiting the form is quite interesting and important. What method of safeguards should the architect or the discipline take to maintain authorship in parametric world after biases or self-generated design? And the second, do you believe that there are principles unique to architecture that must be guarded despite computer-generated design and automation? Maybe I could try to combine those, yes, we principles and methods. Okay, so once the autopoiesis is concerned, yeah, this is the theory developed by Patrick Schumacher. It's connected to parametric architecture. It also deals with complexity. It states that the aim of parametric architecture is to control the complexity in opposition to a classical minimalistic architectural approach. But autopoiesis looks at architecture as a way of communication, as a way of communication, and it uses the semiotics as the basis for this as the science of science. So I think those could be implemented as the principles, the understanding the symbols, understanding the science, why do we use them, and how do we manage the complexity. And the questions and we asked, and I think it's represent the general view of people onto this. So will the robot take my job and so on? It feels like we almost have a separation of these two worlds. Like, look, there is a computer program, it will take my job, and I will have nothing to do. But I think. And this puts the IT guys and engineers like in opposition to traditional people. I studied robotics in TSE, and my third year, robotics engineer. Actually, it's electrical engineer for robots. And so I'm basically the two of worlds. And I have to say, this digital world and architecture, we share a lot. We share much more than anything else. Maybe the first thing we share is like architecture is not the design of the building. Architecture is essentially a problem-solving skill, and this is relates also in the research. Same goes with the IT guys. They are not coding. They are not building a program. They are problem solvers. The second, I think, is abstraction. It's a concept which I used also in both worlds, how the architects and the digital people, they are, in order to solve the problem, they are abstracting this, and they are solving it on an abstract level, and then they get back to like real life level. So I think if we take those things like abstraction and problem solving, considering the way we are communicating, we are exchanging science, this could be a way to live in a new world, as we are having now.
Thank you.
Well, this is quite a performance. I think this is the most advanced recycling plant I've ever seen. It is quite encouraging. And also, just looking at the questions, you get it? They're very. Go on, move on to the questions.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
The A one.
Stop there. Stop there. Yeah. If you look at the questions, they're not really asking you. You know how will you go about improving your design? None of that. It's by looking for the future. You know, it's forward-looking. And the same with the part B. And it's quite. But I think you're doing yourself a disfavor, saying that architecture is mainly just problem solving. I mean, it's a creative discipline beyond problem solving. A lot of engineers can solve problems, but you know, I think I would encourage you to go further, because I think you're demonstrating in your design that you can go much further. So I think it's more than problem solving. I think it's a creative discipline. Well, this is just my kickoff to the jury.
Do I have to respond to? I mean, I don't know how to do it.
You'll have to comment on it. You can if you like.
Thank you so much for your comments. we are students. We are one of the last years, so we are supposed to have fun, and we still will have our time drawing the boxes, yes. And this is a opportunity to use this as a research, yes. So it's research oriented. In real life, of course, there are much more limitations to the freedom of form, which are to take into consideration. I'm sorry?
What do you call it, dark factory?
Yeah, I started with this, with the dark factory. It's a nickname which is used in scientific literature. This is how the space is described, the special space where the level of automation of the industry is so high that there are no humans. I mean, they need no humans inside to fully operate. Car manufacturing plants, seaport, logistic warehouse, and since the maybe most contrast that the people pay attention to is that robots, okay, they don't need the weekends, but they don't need the light. So you imagine that they can work in a fully dark or utilize the infrared light, scanners, ultrasonic sensors, capacitive sensors, electromagnetic sensors. Many other.
Dark factory to the bright future.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
May I ask you, we know that this artificial intellect are coming more and more in our lives and doing a lot of things. How you personally feel future for humans and for our relationship with this phenomenon or all this situation, what's coming? It's very fast, coming very fast. At your personal feeling?
Do you have a particular context, or is it like?
No, it's in the, let's say, world context. What will happen in that?
I'm very optimistic, maybe even too much, I would say, but it helps. I have a bright feelings about this. It happens in cycles. The history in the technologies they develop, we're always afraid of new technologies that happens. The problem that it used to be like maybe centuries until we have like a breakthrough, like Renaissance, steam engines, electricity, atomic.
Different speed. That was a different speed.
Yeah, now it just happens like, ooh. And yeah, but if you read the science research singularity, yeah, we are going there, and nobody knows. This is the aspect of singularity. Things can change like very fast. And if you look at the nature, it's happening. Look, we are mid-February. We should be wearing like, should be like -20 here. We had lightning in the snowstorm at the same time. So I think this nature is kind of represents this. We don't know, and I think that humans will decide.
If humans, then good. But if not,
humans are good.
Who will decide? We don't know. Who will decide? Therefore, I'm asking you, because we are losing thousands of animals, thousands of sorts of animals that we are losing every day, because we're producing a little bit more than nature can adapt. No. And if somebody starts to guide us from outside, I don't know. Therefore, I'm asking you, as a researcher, personally feel.
Optimistic. Very optimistic.
Any other questions, comments?
Question regarding the shape. It's a nice building. It's a piece of art located in some kind of swamp. If people would like to come from the city center to look at those places as a piece of art, or maybe it's less expensive to put the blocks to recycle waste and no art.
It is. You are right.
Then it can be exposed as a piece of art, but the building will be built as models without any architect's opinion. Only engineers will say, oh, the best way to tackle out this volume of waste.
Absolutely, this is the distinguish. When we build for real life, we have much more limitation and things to consider. Once we are building as a research project, we are freeing the forum. This is particular point which is not letting the forum to be free. Thank you for mentioning.
Actually, thanks for your presentation. This is a really exciting project, and I just had I had a couple of comments. But first, one question on your plan, on the upper right-hand side, where you had all these converging curves happening. Can you explain what's happening there functionally versus past that and before that? Yeah, this part here. Yeah, explain this part how it's different functionally to the other parts before that and after.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the input. The waste stream is receivable. This is how the waste trucks are bringing the waste. Do robotic sorting.
Yes.
The first is taking out the hazardous waste, which are batteries, electronic scrap, some kind of lamps, which are considered hazardous. The other way is the resource sharing. The robots, the computer vision is capable of finding the valuable resources which are not there to be crushed, or they can be reused in a way they've been thrown out. Construction materials, some other of valuable things. The other is coming into separation line, and this place represent this one.
Mm-hmm.
The separating the mixed waste is possible only in hierarchy. First, we take away the paper. It's coming here.
Mm-hmm.
Second one is the metal. It's coming here. Mm-hmm. The waste stream is continuous. The separated, the resources are being transported further. They have been already separated. We do the same with glass and plastic. And we move it into what I call the post-processing and storage. So separated materials, they either wait for their dispatch, or they're being crushed or prepared in a special way. For the glass, it's typically crushing. Paper, metals may require additional manual separation. Same goes with plastic. You need to granulate this in order to be reusable.
Yeah, okay, I mean, that's what I was hoping you were going to say, because the point I'm trying to make here is that I sometimes have a personal problem with parametrics with just poor programming, but this is not a decorative parametric form. This is a form that's generated by its purpose and function. And so I think that's really a great demonstration where we don't have to be driven by the computer, but the function can actually impact the form. And I think that's another thing I wanted to point out here is that you had the diagram. Can you go to the diagram sheet where you have the 4 diagrams, the Vitruvian? Yeah, this here. I mean, this here explains the whole project in one sense, because what the sort of the Vitruvian man has disappeared, and that might be a dark thought, right? But at the same time, these robots now have replaced this classical scheme so that they can work within a different now type of scheme. But then the thing that gives me hope, which is interesting, go to the picture where the family looking at the robots. I think all of us have gone to these natural museums where we look at the family from 1000 BC, then the family at 500 BC, then the Indian family, and then the whatever family. And here we have a family sort of like at a natural museum looking at the robots at that age taking care of their work and serving actually the people that are standing inside the museum. So I think this juxtaposition of these two things is really, really powerful. I don't even know if you realize it, but I think it's really an excellent image of what the project is about, and that's why I see your optimism in it, not just that we should be succumb to computers and sort of lie over and die. Yeah. So thank you, excellent.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, any other questions, any comments?
Just thank you for the, actually for me it was like a lecture about what will happen, not in the future, but tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Really, very interesting and inspiring. Thank you.
Well, as you understand, there has not been any negative comments at all.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to ask one question to Jānis. Now, you have shown a very interesting recycling plant, and then you have, but you're not challenging the transportation to it. You shown it a big car park. Why not you encourage more bicycle use or public transport use? You should have encouraged as well. And that's a bit old now.
Thank you very much. No.
Anyway, thank you very much. Very good.
Thank you so much.